La 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 la. No, 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 no. I have a big fat dab. A big. This one is fucking killer, man. Let's see. Come on, cunt. Fucking do it. Oh, it's like it's got 3 types of weed on there. And I'm so ready for it. I'm so ready for it right now. As soon as the bong chills out just a tiny, tiny bit. Are you ready? I'm ready. I'm ready. Whoop. Shh. Nope, that's not it. Here it is. Like, where did that thing go? Here it is. You ready? Ready? Almost ready. There's my beautiful baby. There's my beautiful baby right there. Hi, Boo Bear. Hey, Boo Bear. Look what I got. I got a big fat dab. You want a puff? You want to have a puff? No? Alright. Time for a puff. Time for a puff. It's not too late. Come get a puff. I needed that. I needed that. Alright, so now, my name's Mike. This is my YouTube page, Mox News. And this is your Wake and Bake News at 7 p.m. I'm your host, Moxie. And I have a fuck ton of videos for you. Because that's what I do. I get videos ready. And we do videos and we talk about videos. And, as I've been saying, about President Trump for days and weeks and months now, I guess, that it makes no sense that he's around all these people. We all have to wear face masks. He doesn't have to wear a face mask. He's around all these people that he really doesn't even know. Why doesn't he have to wear a face mask? If face masks work, what's the deal? And then there's, so he doesn't have to wear a face mask. He doesn't have to social distance with a bird box monster who no one knows if it's there or not, right? We found out just today that apparently Donald Trump's personal valet, which means it's the guy who lays out his fucking tidy whities in the morning and gets him his diet Pepsis or whatever the fuck it is he drinks. He tested positive for COVID-19. I've been telling you this all along, is that it makes no sense that if this virus is as deadly as they say, as contagious as they say, we have to wear masks. We can't stand anywhere close to each other. We have to do this. We have to do that. But for the most important person in the world, the President of the United States, not Donald Trump, the President of the United States, he doesn't have to do any of that. Makes no sense whatsoever. In fact, what really makes no sense whatsoever is that the Secret Service would allow the president to put himself into harm's way. The president might be that stupid. Donald Trump might be that stupid to put himself into harm's way if, the bird box monster is real and he can't tell when it's there, when it's not there, you know, um, then, Donald Trump would be that stupid. But the Secret Service, they don't, it's not Mr. President, we'd like you to come with us, and he says no, we're not going to do that. It's no, Mr. President, we're going this way now. Mr. President, you're not allowed to do a press conference with people standing next to you. You'll have to do a teleconference like doctors and other important people having to do essential work. Because that's the way it is. It's not a matter of Donald Trump wants it this way or that way. The way it is the way the Secret Service wants it. And the Secret Service is completely lax in their job. They have completely failed in their job. There's people standing next to him testing positive for COVID-19. They have completely failed in their job. Why? They don't do that. They don't. If the Secret Service fails in their job, the President of the United States dies. They don't do that. It's not an option. There's something going on that we are not allowed to know about. Whether it be that that this is it's got to be okay, because the president's what, 80 years old, right? So an 80-year-old guy, regardless if he's strong and healthy or whatever, which Donald Trump is not the strongest, most healthiest 80-year-old guy, you don't let them just get exposed to the COVID-19, to the bird box monster, if it's going to destroy you. You don't let that happen. Especially not to the most important person in the world when it's absolutely unnecessary. So what the fuck is going on? Literally. I mean, what the fuck is going on? Because we're being lied to, whatever it is that's going on. I'm not saying that it's fake. I'm telling you that we're being lied to. And the one thing that these people have done to us forever is try and ratchet up our fear as much as possible. And the one thing that I've done from the beginning of Mox News, and actually way before that, was to tell you not to buy into the fear. You're at the top of the food chain. You really don't have anything to fear on this planet. Unless it's some deadly thing created, some deadly bird box monster created with your tax dollars, funded by your representative of your local area. There's a whole bunch of stuff happening that is unacceptable and not right. And we're not even privy to the tiny tip of the information chain. We don't even actually begin to understand what's going on. All I know is that we're being lied to. And I don't like people fucking acting like I don't have the ability to handle the truth, or that that somehow I don't like being lied to. And the reason I don't like being lied to, and I've told you guys this before, before this coronavirus shit, the reason I don't like being lied to is because the person doing the lying thinks that you're stupid. They think that you can't see through their blatant bullshit lies. And it's not so much a reflection of you, it's something wrong with them, clearly, but it tells you everything you need to know about their viewpoint of you. They think you're stupid. And I don't like that. I don't like being lied to. I'm ready to deal. Again, I tell you guys, whatever it is, don't be afraid. We're going to get through it. From the beginning, right? From the beginning, I said, I was told 20 years ago I'm going to die from a cold. So if anybody should have the fear ratcheted up and going, why aren't you wearing your fucking mask? Shame, shame, shame. Okay? That's not what I've done. I've told you from the very beginning, we're going to get through this. We're going to get through this. We're going to get through it. We're going to get through it. We're going to get through it. And, you know, and all these other people who told you, we're not going to get through this, we're all going to die. They're the ones responsible for the way the world is right now. And those people don't seem to be bothered by the way the world is right now. Those people would like to continue the way the world is right now for as long as they can hold on to it. Keep you cowering in fear. I'm not here to do that. I'm not about that. It's not the way I see you. What's up, girl? And I don't want you to look at, I don't want you to, if there's something to be afraid of, fear is a very momentary thing. Something happens and it's supposed to pump the adrenaline, heighten your awareness, and you decide whether or not you have to run or you have to, defend yourself or whatever it is. Okay? I recommend the sidestep as much as possible. Fear what's happening, boom, step out of the way of what's happening. The fear isn't meant to be carried with you every moment of every day, every step you take. I told you this again and again, again and again and again. Please. It adds zero to your life. It pretty much takes away from you actually experiencing your life, because it's impossible to experiencing anything somewhat positive, somewhat or beautiful when you're really in fear. So don't miss out on those things. Positive experiences and beauty. These are the things that these are the reasons you come to this planet. To have these amazing, beautiful experiences. So don't don't buy into the fear. Whatever it is that the bird box monster turns out to be, we'll deal with it. We always do. From September 11th, I've been hearing these fear things. This is all it's been. The drumbeat has just been fear. You're not afraid enough. The terrorists. Not just the terrorists, but the people that you kind of turn to on the back pages who are more like, alternative, not, the mainstream telling you there's nothing but fear. The back guys, the Alex Joneses, the guys who are like looking at things from a different angle. Those guys, they're fear. They're like, the economy's gonna crash. The dollar's gonna be worth nothing. We're all gonna be standing in bread lines. From September 11, 2001. Okay? They've been telling us that. Again, the fear comes at you from every angle. So now it's like, oh, there's going to be riots in the street and the food shortages. There's going to be food shortages and we're all going to be standing in lines. And I see the cars in the lines. It's not people standing in lines. It's cars in lines, waiting to get food. I see that. And again, those cars have air conditioning and stereos and, it could be worse, and there's food that they're getting. I don't know what they're getting. I don't know how people can make that work, I know when I lived in Maui for a while, we would go down to the Salvation Army, and they would give us a bag of rice, and they give us a little bottle of oil, and they give us some canned stuff, like they give us a couple cans of tuna, a couple cans of like peas and corn, and they give us like 5 pounds of cheese. Salvation Army cheese. Nothing says constipation like Salvation Army cheese, baby. Give me that 5-pound cheese loaf. Um, but it was, it got us through. My roommate was native Hawaiian, like seventh generation, and we had what she called a breadfruit tree, and a mango tree in the yard. And the mango tree was at least 100 feet tall. She would climb 80 feet up into this mango tree and get fresh mangoes. And we had a breadfruit tree, right? And the Salvation Army guys would give us this oil, this, like Wesson oil or whatever it was, a quart of Wesson oil, and we had to walk, and she'd get this breadfruit, right? And then she'd chop the breadfruit like French fries, and she deep fried the breadfruit in the oil, and it would taste a lot like French fries. So good times, baby. I remember being in those bread lines. I remember those days. I remember. You guys, the guys that are in the cars and the bread lines, the whatever lines, the food bank lines. Should we call them bread lines now? The people in the cars and the bread lines, they probably don't have mango trees in their backyard. But like I said, we got through. We always do. This is what I'm telling you. Whatever it is, we get through it. We always do. There isn't another option. You understand? It's not like, oh, I give up. It's not an option. March or die. Have you guys heard me say that before? Steven? March or die. This is I have a jacket. It's written across the back of it. March or die. Because kind of anarchist I am. But it's because there isn't really other options. We keep moving forward. We deal with what we have to deal with. And here we are. It appears that we're on the other side of the bird box monster crisis. It remains to be seen. But again, when you look at Donald Trump not wearing face mask, when you look at Mike Pence not wearing face mask, when you look at all the people standing around them not wearing face masks, when you look at the journalist in the same concealed room with them for hours not wearing face mask, there's something more to the story than what we're being told. This is what I see. Oh, man.
What's up, Barry?
All right, man.
What do you know, babe?
You can take out the mask, Doug. The case fatality rate's like 0.1 to 0.3 according to
Is it really? That's reassuring.
USC.
Everybody here's been vaccinated anyway.
USC and LA County Public Health have come out with a study. They found that there are 7,000 cases in California, but they really believe that there are anywhere from 221,000 to 442,000 people who were infected.
Really?
Yeah.
So that makes it 0.1 to 0.3? Does a study to come out with? Or?
Yeah, just give it to them. So it suggests that the case fatality rate is about 10. It seems.
Wow.
Which puts you right in line with the flu.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what it is.
So it was a hoax.
I don't think it was a hoax.
What do you know, babe?
You can take out the mask, Doug. The case fatality rate's like 0.1 to 0.3 according to USC.
Is it really? That's reassuring.
USC.
Everybody here's been vaccinated anyway.
USC and LA County Public Health have come out with a study. They found that there are 7,000 cases in California, but they really believe that there are anywhere from 221,000 to 442,000 people who were infected.
Really?
Yeah.
So that makes.
What do you know, babe?
You can take out the mask, Doug. The case fatality rate's like 0.1 to 0.3 according to USC.
Is it really? That's reassuring.
USC.
Everybody here's been vaccinated anyway.
USC and LA County Public Health have come out with a study. They found that there are 7,000 cases in California, but they really believe that there are anywhere from 221,000 to 442,000 people who were infected.
Really?
Yeah.
And so that,
So it was a hoax.
I don't think it was a hoax.
Everybody here's been vaccinated anyway. It's a hoax.
I don't think it was a hoax.
Everybody here's been vaccinated anyway. It's a hoax.
I don't think it was a hoax.
Everybody here's been vaccinated anyway.
I just think that there's more to it that we're not being told. You know, I don't know what's going on with with those people in that room. I can't, this is a very unconfirmed video, something that we found. It sounds legit. I've seen it posted other places. It should be fairly legitimate. It's very questionable what's going on. I want you guys to be safe. I want you to be strong. I don't want you to be afraid. And I want you to know that we're going to get through it. You know, I mean, I see so many people, you know, at Michelle, you know, from Texas was talking about one of her friends calling her a couple days ago and just being, you know, breaking down because she couldn't take it anymore. Michelle was like, "Why didn't you call me fucking days ago?" You know, which is a thing. Reach out to your people. Doesn't matter. Just reach out. I mean, what else are we doing now? We're just sitting around. And this is what we all have to be doing anyways, is reaching out to each other and connecting. This is how we are going to get through whatever it is that we have to get through. This is really how it is that we're going to get done what has to be done. And I'm not talking about COVID-19. And you know, I've been talking about this before this bullshit. The only way we get done what has to get done on this planet is for us to come together. Stop with the fucking division bullshit. The lefty-righty crap. It's such garbage. How can you possibly buy into that garbage at this point? They're both shit. Left, right, shit, garbage. And if you identify in that way, it's so sad. And I'm not suggesting that we should be middle. We shouldn't be middle, because those people aren't left and aren't right. They're walking hand in hand down the same motherfucking aisle that led us to this exact moment in history, where there's hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands, of these fucking labs all over the world creating disgusting viruses just like COVID-19. Funded by your Congress with your tax dollars. So, and we deserve better. That's all I'm saying. My God, isn't there something better we can find to spend our precious limited resources on than creating a virus that could make the whole world sick, if not dead? How does that work for any of you? For any of the middle class? For anyone struggling to get a break in life and move forward? It only works for the rich. It only works for the rich. Because nothing ever touches them. So, let's see. Let's see. What kind of videos do we have today? I have a video about Donald Trump vetoing a bill from Congress that that requires him to come to Congress before he goes to war with Iran. And Donald Trump vetoed that bill today. So you can expect that a vote for Donald Trump is a vote for war with Iran. Woohoo! I can't wait, baby. Endless wars of choice forever. Fuck yeah!
President Donald Trump has vetoed a resolution that would have prevented him from taking military action in Iran without congressional authorization. The president announced the veto in a statement Wednesday. It's his 7th veto since taking office. The Senate passed the resolution in February. It would have required that Congress authorize any military operations with a vote, except in cases when the U.S. faces an imminent attack. Each chamber of Congress would need a 2/3 majority to override his veto. For Newsy, I'm Stephanie Sandoval. The U.S. announced Wednesday it will provide $225 million in emergency aid to Yemen to support food programs in the country.
This assistance will provide the UN World Food Program's emergency food operation in southern Yemen, as well as a reduced operation in northern Yemen, which WFP was forced to scale down earlier this month because of the ongoing interference of the Iran-backed Houthis.
Yemen's civil war has claimed more than 100,000 lives since it began in 2015, triggering what the UN deems the world's worst humanitarian crisis. The UN estimates roughly 80% of Yemen's population relies on aid, and 10 million people there face famine. On top of that, there have been 23 confirmed coronavirus cases in Yemen and 3 related deaths since its first case was reported back in April, according to a World Health Organization situation report. The UN has warned that an outbreak there has the potential to be far deadlier than in many other countries. For Newsy, I'm Stephanie Sandoval.
Yeah, so, this, Michelle, this, oh, this money to Yemen, aid to Yemen, $225 million aid to Yemen. How much billions of weapons, of U.S. weapons, you think has been poured on top of them, has been dumped on top, has been rained down on them? $225 million in aid. It's not aid, it's fucking reparations, if anything, which the people will never fucking see. It's just buying off politicians. And it reminds me of Apocalypse Now. You know the scene where they're going upriver and they find, and like there's people and there's boats and stuff, and they see the one boat and they're like, oh, we gotta check that boat for weapons, and like, no, just let it go, and it's like Martin Sheen's like, just let it go, just like, we have other priorities. It's like, nope, this is our job, we gotta check that boat for weapons. And they go over there and some stupid shit happens and they fucking kill a bunch of people on the boat. And then there's like, oh, well, we got to call in medevac because this one person's alive, It's the scene where Lance gets the puppy off the boat that he has for the rest of the movie. So Martin Sheen, the guy says, we got to call in the aid, there's persons alive. And it's like, and Martin Sheen walks over and like blows his head off. And he says, not alive anymore, let's go. And that's what this, like, he says we rip these people in half and then we want to put a Band-Aid on them. I guess because it makes us feel better about what we did, That's what the ATM thing makes me think of, Apocalypse Now. A lot of things make me think of Apocalypse Now. You hear me quote it quite a bit. But, yeah, it's a very powerful scene in the movie. So, we should, I have a video about Jared Kushner and the response team that he's assembled to make sure that there's plenty of personal protection, whatever they call them, PPEs, personal protection, whatever they are, equipment. And I was gonna say, somebody mentioned breadfruit in the thing. Yeah, that's what she called it, was breadfruit. It looks like a big grapefruit, only the skin on it is green, and on the inside, the breadfruit is like, it's like white. It looks almost like a potato, almost. And she would grab those, get a couple of big ones out of the tree, cut them up, and we have a big giant plate of French fries, man. It was awesome. Fresh picked French fries. Never had that before, huh? No. It's the truth. Swear to God. And that got us through. I mean, we did that for a while. I didn't have a job for a little bit. I was just kind of hanging out in Maui. I had a job mostly, But when I was hanging out with her, I didn't really have a job. I was just kind of hanging out. Um, when I met her, I had a job. I was working graveyard shift at the Denny's in Lahaina. I've told you guys about that. Graveyard shift, Denny's in Lahaina. I told you one night some guys came in and I gave them, excellent service. Did I give you excellent service tonight? And they said, you certainly did. And they go, this is for you. And they put a ball of hash in my hand like this. I said, what's that? They said, it's Puna butter. I said, nice. It's a very friendly place. But a lot of shit went down there, man. It's where I became like really in touch with the earth. It really, I don't know, really connected with the earth there a lot. Eating breadfruits and mangoes. Actually, I'm not a fan of mangoes, but you eat what's there to eat when you're hungry. So I will play the Jared Kushner video for you now, where he is talking. This is about, I guess, he assembled a team of people, a response team to require personal protection equipment, and somehow he did a very poor job of doing that. It looks like he assembled a bunch of people who had no idea, zero experience, and whatever. The news is just all about criticism of the Donald Trump White House, and I get that. I can't stand the people. I never liked Donald Trump before he was in the White House. I don't like Donald Trump now. I don't like the people Donald Trump surrounds himself. Pompeo, Chris Christie, they're slimy fucking scum. Fucking Brett Kavanaugh. Brett Kavanaugh, regardless if he is a rapist or not, he stood next to George W. Bush and said, of course you can send people to secret prisons, Americans to secret prisons. You can send them there. You can torture them. You can send them there, and they can never talk to a lawyer or see a judge ever again. Of course you can do that. That's who Brett Kavanaugh is. That is who Donald Trump put into the Supreme Court permanently. Okay? That's who Donald Trump is. I don't like fucking Donald Trump. I don't like Brett Kavanaugh. I don't like fucking Obama. I don't like fucking Bush. Can't stand Cheney. Can't stand any of them. They're fucking scum. We deserve better. How is it that Donald Trump is the most qualified person in the United States for the most important job in the world? How in the fuck does that figure? It doesn't. Not in anybody's. There's no logic there. Zero. We're being played for fools. And we deserve better. We're good people. You're good people. The people who get up and fucking work every single day to try and make this world happen, basically for the rich, they're good people. They deserve a break. They deserve to have someone who hears their voice, who responds to their voice, who cares about their rights, who cares about their freedom, their community. We don't have that. These people care about nothing but themselves. I'm tired of it. You and I, the good people of this world, deserve better. And I know that we can do better, and that's the problem. I mean, I hate this hope stuff. I hate this belief stuff. You look and see, oh, look, yeah, what, you gonna sell us on Tulsi Gabbard again? Yeah, I wish I could. I can't do that anymore. I can't. I don't have it in me. She killed it like my last girlfriend killed any hope of ever having a fucking girlfriend ever again. Fuck it. It's just not going to ever work. You know, Tulsi Gabbard. No, there isn't somebody with a D next to their name that's ever, or an R next to their fucking shitty ass name, that they're such shitty people they would put a D or an R next to their fucked up name. None of them with that little fucking initial next to them is ever going to make a difference in the slightest for the working class of this country. And we have to recognize it. And we have to make something happen. Something genuine that, you know, for your children. Jesus. Meanwhile, I'm here fighting the good fight, and what? You know, the YouTube censors are fucking us. We don't get to have a proper discussion with the world because either I or you people are definitely dangerous. At least that's the way the YouTube censors see it. So we got to make sure and limit what happens here. And apparently, it's not just YouTube. I want better for you. I want better for us. I don't want this crap where it's just this endless fucking, you know, there's not, you know, it's like I say, since September 11th, 2001, you know, oh, we're all going to be standing in bread lines and the dollar's going to collapse every day since then, right? Buy gold now. Buy gold now. Buy it. Man, I watch that Newsmax channel on the Comcast cable. Like every other ad is buy gold, buy gold, buy gold. I'm like, what the fuck? I mean, is that kind of fucking pounding into your brain actually work? Because it doesn't work on me. I mean, I'm not, you know, whatever it is you see on TV really is not worth buying. There's nothing that's being advertised to you that is actually worthy of your pay. So, you know, another interesting fact about this modern day world. So I will go ahead and play this video for you about Kushner and his task force that he has assembled to make it better for all of us. Don't you feel so much safer now? Jared Kushner's on top of it.
President Trump is asking Americans to be safe, but also accept the risk of spreading the virus in order to restart the economy. During a meeting with nurses at the White House yesterday, the president also talked about changing his mind about disbanding the White House coronavirus task force. Paula Reed reports from the White House.
I had no idea how popular the task force is until actually yesterday.
President Trump said the task force would remain active indefinitely, but will shift its focus to economic recovery. As he met with nurses serving on the front lines of the pandemic, the president had a message to Americans as he acknowledged more lives could be lost as businesses reopen.
I call these people warriors, and I'm actually calling now, as you know, John, the nation warriors. You have to be warriors.
Medical experts and lawmakers have argued that there needs to be widespread testing before the country reopens. And while the president and members of the White House are regularly tested, the president's new press secretary said it wasn't necessary for the entire population.
The notion that everyone needs to be tested is just simply nonsensical. The people who need to be tested are vulnerable populations.
The president also called Dr. Rick Bright, a government vaccine expert who filed a whistleblower complaint alleging the administration ignored early warning signs, a disgruntled employee.
I don't know who he is. I didn't hear good things about him. I did not hear good things about him at all.
But it's not the only whistleblower complaint filed against the administration. CBS News has learned of a separate complaint that alleges the president's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, tasked a group of young, inexperienced volunteers with securing vital medical supplies for the COVID response. According to a source at FEMA, the task force may have steered government contracts to associates and political allies. President Trump said he didn't know much about the effort, but defended his son-in-law.
I think they did an incredible job. Now, I don't know anything about any of the details of it, but it was a well-oiled machine. They were able to get things that nobody else was able to get.
CBS News has also learned that these volunteers used their personal email accounts and not their government accounts to conduct official business. Now, in order to do that, you need a waiver. Otherwise, it can raise serious legal issues, and it's not clear if that special permission was given here. A FEMA source also tells CBS News that using Gmail accounts added to confusion and delays, specifically saying that often contractors would receive an email and they weren't sure if it was from an imposter or an actual government official. Gail?
Paula, thank you. Reporting from the White House today. The former CDC director, that's Dr. Tom Frieden, says the fight against the coronavirus is just beginning.
Sometimes life can be a little overwhelming. Sometimes the weight of the world can be too much to bear. Sometimes you need to stop worrying and take a deep breath. Sometimes you need cannabis. Introducing Brightside, high-quality cannabis delivered right to your door. Brightside offers an extensive menu of strains and products to meet your needs. Choose the experience you want, and we'll send you the dankest herb, the real sticky icky, some top-shelf marijuana. If you like what we send you, keep the whole jar. We'll even include some nugs for you to blaze. As part of Discovery, you'll get to try new strains and products. Side effects may include euphoria, increased appetite, uncontrollable giggles, elevated sensitivity to musical dopeness, and reduced anxiety. Tetrahydrocannabinol may also induce feelings of existential well-being and relentless optimism. With a Brightside subscription, you can get it once a month, once a week, or whenever you want, all at a price you'll like. And yes, this is a real company.
Do you know who I am?
You're the wizard.
Ask your doctor if cannabis is right for you. It probably is. Keep it Brightside.
No matter.
Oopsie. Oopsie. I love this one. Craig made this background. It doesn't play well on there, but man, I'm gonna do some marijuana videos. I'm gonna use this background. It's so pretty. It's my favorite of the color moving streams, whatever they are, kaleidoscopes. I don't know what they are. Okay, guys. So what is happening? Is there anything happening? Do we want to talk about anything? It's a call-in show. Usually I try and take calls. We could talk over the chat, I guess, if you want. Cannabis. Oh, cannabis. Love cannabis. Smack what now? Those liberals love Fauci. You think so? I have yet to meet, well, we had one person here who loved Fauci, but I think that we might have changed that. I haven't really, I don't know people who love Fauci, but it seems that the person that, who he's standing next to is the president. Sorry, I don't mean to eat in front of you. I just have the munchies, I guess. Alright, so what are we talking about here now? This one's almost gone. This one's almost gone, man. Oh my god, so good. But I still have these. Oh, baby. Hello, caller.
Hello, Michael. How are you doing tonight? This is Super Bullshit Tron.
What's up, Jay?
Yeah, what's up? I was currently calling because I'm actually kind of concerned about Chris from Olympia. Nobody's heard from him. Did he get the corona?
I don't think so. Maybe. You never know.
Well, I actually think that he should be keeping in touch. All of a sudden, he just currently fell off the face of the earth, and that's not cool. That's not cool. This is Super Bullshit Tron. I'd be concerned about Chris from Olympia. Do I need to come and rescue him?
Well,
does
he was
anybody
moving.
know his whereabouts?
He was moving. He's in Olympia. He was moving.
He moved to Cuba?
He was moving, and he probably could have used some help then from a superhero.
Well, I'm really good at moving shit. I really am. I can pick up.
I bet you can move shit like crazy.
I could pick up an entire car over my head.
Awesome.
So, yeah, he definitely should have called me. Son of a bitch. Doesn't need any help. He just did it all on his own, I guess.
Well, you know, man
He's
does
an
what a man's
asshole.
got to do.
Well, somebody needs to just get in touch with him, make sure he's okay.
Okay, we'll find out.
I need some reassurance here. This is Super Bullshit Tron, and I'm saying this is some super bullshit. I've been waiting for Chris to call in for like the last fucking week and a half and shit, and nobody's heard from him. Nobody's heard a fucking single word from this fucking guy. And I'm pissed off.
Well, I think the call screener
and I'm worried.
I think the call screener has his phone number.
Well, you need to tell that fucking call screener to call him. Because you know what? That call screener, he sucks. Just saying. That fucking call screener's the worst.
You let you through.
I know. Exactly. Alright. I'm getting another call. So, yeah, I have a superhero chick friend. She's calling me. I have to go.
Congratulations.
Sorry. Thank you. Goodbye.
Bye. Super Bullshit Tron. I think he said he's in New Mexico. I'm not sure. So we got that going for us. Hopefully, if Chris needs more help moving, the superhero will get on it.
Hello?
Hello?
Is this Mike?
Yes? Who the fuck you think it is?
I don't know, man. I'm on a delay. I had to turn my volume down to make sure. So, yeah, hi. How's it going?
All right, what the fuck's happening?
Oh, I just got in from watering my plants and putting some fucking back guano, tea. Making sure that they veg really good. And
Right on. What all do you put in your back guano tea?
Well, right now, just back guano. If I wanted to, I could probably throw a handful of steer manure in there for a different kind of nitrogen, but I haven't done that yet. I probably should. But, veg state, all they need is nitrogen. That's it.
So multiple different kinds of nitrogen is good, though?
Oh, yeah. Basically,
I usually use like crab meal and fishbone meal and back guano and kelp. That's about it. A little bit of molasses.
Yeah, kelp and
and worm castings.
The ground up fish junk that smells really wonderful. That's I don't want to use that in a grow room, man. It'll stink up the grow room. But basically the kelp meal or the seafood meal or the fish. Well, I forget what they call it. Fish
Fish, yeah. Yeah, no, fish emulsion. I have this stuff.
Right,
I have this stuff they call hydroslate, which is like a dry powder, but it's 100% cod. You know.
100% what?
Cod.
Oh, 100% fish.
Yeah.
It's ground up and sanitized.
Yeah, ground up and turned into powder.
Right. Yeah.
But it's very you can't let it get any water on it. It just turns to a fucking clump. It's just super sticky.
Yeah, outdoors I use all that shit in the tea, especially the fish emulsion and the bat guano or seabird guano. Actually, is a little bit less potent nitrogen, but it works good too. But not indoors, man. When you don't want to stink up your grow room. With
No.
It's like, yeah, man, let's stink up our house with fucking fish emulsion. You know? But outdoors, after you do a tea with fish emulsion outdoors, everybody's walking around going, man, it smells like the ocean here.
Oh, we get the raccoons. So we got to be a little bit careful with the fish.
So the raccoons are attracted to fish emulsion. That's what you're saying?
Yeah, definitely. They'll dig in your pots if it's too fishy.
No shit.
Yeah.
Those dirty motherfuckers.
They're like, he's got something in here. I'm gonna find it.
That's funny, cause I got neighborhood cats that like to dig in and take poops in my big giant fucking beds.
Huh? Wow.
But never had a problem with raccoons or possums in the garden. I got them around here. They just don't seem to go in the garden, Yeah. Maybe I ought to get a trail cam and put it up and see what kind of creatures come in. But, they can find their ways through the barbed wire and the fences but humans have a hard time,
Oh yeah, they know the area much better than we do. I always think the squirrels, they know everything that's going on in the neighborhood. They probably even know, they probably even recognize people and where they know where they live and shit,
Yeah, I had a whole family of them come, and the mama probably came by and found out I had a waterfall, and then she brought 4 of her babies, and they all, and the waterfall's right outside my front window, so I could sit there and watch mama and her 4 babies, taking baths in the waterfalls. Cool. It was pretty cool.
Yeah.
And they won't even know
that would make a good webcam right there.
Oh fuck yeah, but I still got to learn how to operate one of those fancy telephones everybody has. I don't even know how to. I took one with me on a trip, and people were calling me. I didn't even know how to answer it.
Yeah.
Fuck, man. It took me 7 times to figure out how to answer it. So, yeah, raccoons are cool. So I'm just
nature's awesome.
It was about 90 today. Kind of hot, but not real hot. And probably hotter than that if you're inland in California.
Sounds awesome. Sounds like a good day.
Yeah, it was pretty good. Trying to give, I just got irritated by somebody. You know how you're talking, like last night, you're talking to Trace, what's his name? Chase.
Yeah.
You're talking to that guy, and you're trying to get through to him, and you're trying to get through to him. I just went through the same thing with somebody else, and it's like, oh, fuck, I just had to give up. It's like, does the fucking pipe carry water, or does it not carry water? Well, I don't know. It's like, fuck. I'm trying to help them out, and they can't even describe to me what the fucking problem is. So it's like, fuck. So, but no, everything's cool. It's a slow day. I just tried to stay stoned all day and didn't get much accomplished except watering some plants. I got to have yard sales around here because I got a minimum of 500 succulent plants in up to 10-gallon pots that need to be sold.
Wow, dude, that should bring in a ton of money.
Yeah, I'll make way more than $1,000 off that shit. You better believe it, man.
Yeah.
Even if I'm giving people killer deals, I'll still make more than $1,000.
Yeah.
But
dude.
I've never really had a yard sale, and I got so much art and garden stuff and portable waterfalls, and just my fucking entire property is overcrowded with succulents, and you know, I got 20 different kinds of succulents and aloe vera. I must have 100 aloe vera plants in 5-gallon.
Right on. That's awesome.
Buckets.
That's awesome. That's unbelievable. Do you use that in the water that you feed the plants at all?
Do I recycle it?
No. Do you put it in the water? Do you use aloe vera in the water when you're feeding the cannabis?
Absolutely not, man. I that's, you know, I got 2 different. Well, I probably got 5 different gardens, but the marijuana gardens are completely separate from the aloe vera.
Yeah, no, I'm just asking because I've seen people who grow amazing plants. Like they put, when they start seeds and stuff, they put aloe vera in the water and shit like that.
Oh, I never heard of it. You mean like the aloe vera juice?
Yeah, you squeeze the aloe vera out of the plant and you mix it with the water, and the cannabis, it seems to react with cannabis really nice.
I have never, ever in my life ever heard of that. I can't even imagine what kind of fucking protein or vitamin or mineral
These
you're
guys
getting.
I was watching were like Mendo guys, and they like seriously knew what they were doing, man, and they were absolutely using aloe vera. I would just type aloe vera and cannabis into the Google, and you'll probably find out all kinds of
No
shit.
shit, I never heard of that.
Yeah.
You know, it's good for burns. It's good, I guess, for your skin, but I don't know what the fuck it would do for marijuana. I mean, might make your fucking marijuana plants gay or something, you know?
I know they use like colloidal silver.
Colloidal silver, yeah.
Yeah, they do that to turn the plants gay.
Oh, really? I didn't know that either. No shit.
I think so. I'm pretty sure.
So by gay, you mean
like fucking themselves. Like they'll take a female plant and they'll feed it colloidal. They'll like somehow give it colloidal silver, and that will trick it into believing that it's a male plant, and it will like make seeds then, and that's how you get like feminized seeds, is by tricking female plants into believing that they're males.
Wow. There's another chemical involved in that I was familiar with, but I forget what it is they put on marijuana to make it a female, for sure, feminized seeds. You know, what's the name of that most popular chemical? Do you know?
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
Somebody probably does. But I hate Hermes. I hate hermaphrodites. They're fucking
yeah, horrible.
Pain in the ass, man.
Yeah.
They start dancing around, having them fucking.
No, man, I can't imagine. I can't imagine having a garden full of that shit. That would.
Well, you don't want a garden. You know, even one is a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
They have the gay pride parades and the rainbow colors, and they're dancing down the aisle.
Well, I like the colors. I'm really hoping I can find some plants that are colorful, man.
They're playing ABBA music.
Oh, I love ABBA.
But, yeah. So it's a trip. It's a trip having a outdoor gardens, especially of any large size. Just keeping track of the plants, making sure you don't get Hermes and shit. That's a job all in
I
itself,
can't
man.
imagine having much more than like 20 plants, dude. I mean, it's just so much work, you know.
Well, you do develop a pretty good eyeball if you can see. See, that's the problem. Is sometimes you might get a hermaphrodite way in the corner, blocked by 3 plants, and you don't see it for a week, you know. So that's the problem.
That would be a problem for sure.
Yeah. So, but it's a trip, you know. What I do is I put out bird baths, you know, for the birds, you know, and so that when I water, I make sure I don't get any of the fertilizer in the fucking water for the birds. I make sure I hose it out so that they're just drinking water, because you don't want phosphorus or other things in the water for the birds. So you can just dump that shit out and then fill it up. Because I spread my teas with a fucking pitcher out of a 5-gallon bucket. I mix it up, and all my fertilizers, you know. And sometimes, even though I claim to be 100% organic, sometimes I do use chemical fertilizers, and you definitely don't want your birds to be drinking chemical water. So I'm pretty conscientious about the birds. And it's hot, so the birds love it. You know, they love the shade underneath the marijuana trees, you know.
I saw a video a couple days ago with like somebody with like 3 or 4 plants, maybe 6 plants, and there was 3 dogs sleeping underneath them.
Yeah, it's pretty groovy. Deer, I've never seen it with my own eyes, but I know deer will eat a hemp or marijuana bush down to the fucking roots.
I've heard that. I haven't seen it either. I heard cows will do the same thing. Cows will like break through a fence to get them.
We won't even mention goats.
Goats eat everything.
My ex-wife, this is like 25 years ago, my ex-wife, I lived in this great big giant fucking castle. It was the coolest house around. I had 3 floors. For a while I had my studio in the basement, and then I moved it out to the garage and rented the basement out. So I had like 5 renters in that house. And we had, I don't know, 2 acres. It's a pretty cool property. The house was built in 1906. And my wife brought a goat home. And of course I was at work while she was fucking drunk driving around doing her yard sale shit. Look, I got a free goat, except we didn't have fences for dogs and shit like that. So she brought it in the house, and it started eating the couch.
Yeah.
And so I said, get that motherfucking, take it back where you got it. That's how stupid my ex-wife was. She brought a goat into the house and expects me to get home from work, build a fucking fence or a cage for the goat. Let's have a goat. So I'm like, fuck the goat. Bring it. She was so stupid, but
well, she's gonna do that. You want to keep the goat around.
Could be a murder goat for all we know.
Murder goats, murder hornets are coming for you.
Murder goats, murder bees, murder hornets.
What's up, buddy?
I'm watching the show, the pandemic show. Yeah, that's what we should have. The pandemic show. It's you know, I'm on Facebook about 3 times a day, and sometimes I monitor my own town, even though I don't. Most of my activist friends, all of my activist friends, are not in this town, and I see this New Age community arguing with itself. You got these kind of like, I guess you could call them idea enforcers who are saying, just follow the WHO and Dr. Fauci and don't post conspiracy theories, even if it's a completely true video or post, that they'll just go and attack it. They're like the paradigm enforcers. They're trying to enforce the, you know, like the government would never do that to us, and you're a conspiracy, you're a tinfoil hat, and blah, blah, blah. I'm watching, I never comment, but I'm watching all these people fight each other on social media. I used to be big in Twitter, but now I'm not. So I'm sure I could see it on Twitter too. But so you got a population at war with itself over ideas, and the ideas that I think you and I are promoting are: you can't trust your government. Your government's done a lot of really crooked shit. Your government is harmful. Your government is not your friend, and this global pandemic is being covered up, and we should really keep our minds sharp and our eyeballs wide open and examine evidence, discard the false, keep the true, and formulate strategies and opinions in accordance with truth. I think that you and I, we try to do that. But part of society is trying to enforce the official narrative on the other part of society, and it's creating this, just like in every tragedy, whether it's 9/11 or a fucking train accident in your town, you're going to have people arguing back and forth and back and forth and back and forth, and I pretty much refuse to participate because I don't want to get caught up, and I never argue with people. I just don't want to argue with them.
It's just, you know, yeah, I just see, you know, all I see is people saying, give up your rights, 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 you know, And before, when they were saying it was the terrorists, the terrorists, the terrorists, the terrorists, give up your rights, give up your rights, you know. And now it's the, you know, the bird box monster, give up your rights, you know. And it's like, before it was bullshit, you know. We all know that, right? So why would now be any different, you know?
Well, why would we refuse to listen to information? I mean, are we not men? Don't we have the ability to examine information and determine whether it's true or false, at least after a certain period of time, after we've done a little bit of research? I mean, are we just blind little children who say, oh, the government's my friend, and we have to pay attention to what the government says, and we have to follow all these guidelines, and you over there with the tinfoil hat, you're the bad guy, and you're harming society, and you're a bad person. So it's like actual intellectual and scientific examination is criticized widespread. But people are standing up, and I think, like I was saying the other night, I think this pandemic might possibly have a silver lining to it, like people might finally wake up. So we're seeing the turmoil caused by oceans of differing opinions and people arguing. And I think people are more addicted to arguing than they are the truth. I'm kind of addicted to the truth. Even if it's a horrible, stinky little truth about myself, I'm kind of obliged to look at that and say, oh, fuck, Mike, you got to fix that shit, dude. You're fucking up, you know. Whether it be I'm being too nice to people or too mean to people, or I'm not keeping myself in good shape, or I'm not paying attention to my bills, or, you know, fuck, I really need to fix that, or I need to fix that, I need to be more disciplined.
Gotta brush the dog's teeth, damn it. God damn it, gotta brush the dog's teeth. No, I brushed the dog's teeth last night, and 3 times a week, so you know. Go ahead.
No shit. Oh, good for you, man. I never brushed a dog's teeth in my life, so.
Well, you want to make sure that they've been doing it for a while. You know, you don't want to go, come on, buddy, time to get your teeth brushed.
You know, lots of dogs have really bad breath, and I don't really know what causes that. I almost named my dog halitosis, but I think that's too much. So I named him Satan. I'm calling all over the neighborhood, Satan! Satan!
No.
Get back here! But I thought they had dog bones you could throw to.
Yeah, I don't know what that garbage is made out of. I know. You know, they get good toothpaste that's made for dogs, and it's you know. They're used to it. Like I'm saying, I say, you know, time to get your teeth brushed, and they jump up on the couch in the teeth brushing position, and then I say, open, and he just opens his mouth, dude.
What, is it a regular toothbrush you use? Or
I use a regular toothbrush, yeah.
A firm one?
Yeah, pretty firm, medium firm.
Oh, wow, you're really careful, dude. I would just use a fucking wire brush. It comes with bleeding. Like, dude, you gotta learn how to do this for yourself, man.
Well, no, see, I do it every 3 times a week, like every other day, basically, because if I do it less than that, if I do it like every 4 days, then their gums bleed, and so it's one of those things that I look for to know that, you know, okay, everything's right. And so if I'm brushing, and all of a sudden there's blood, then I know there's something I gotta look for and figure out what's going on. Because sometimes, like, big chunks of I mean, they eat human food, and that's the deal. You know, they don't get any doggy treats at all. You said, like, oh, isn't there these treats? No, they don't get any doggy treats, 0. What they get is, they get, like, hot dogs or pizza, or they get, Craig brings them double cheeseburgers from McDonald's all the time, you know. Plain, just cheese and meat, no ketchup and mustard and onions and shit.
So you use crust for dogs, and then they end up foaming at the mouth, looking like they have rabies?
It doesn't really foam up. I have a couple videos. I'll get one and post it.
You actually use some kind of paste?
Yeah, it's like a tube of toothpaste, man.
Holy shit!
It's vanilla ice cream. It's vanilla ice cream flavored.
And they like it?
I would not say that they like it. No. but they do what they're told to do. They know it's good. Like, they know. They see me, like I say, time to get your teethies brushed, and then like every morning before we go for a walk, I'm like, I gotta brush my teethies, So it's like they know I'm doing it for me, so you know what I mean. They're smart.
Yeah, well, they're good dogs. They're good dogs.
Yeah, no doubt about that.
I never got that involved with the dogs that I had, though. I never. I had 2 dogs in my life.
You hear these stories, right, where there's like, oh man, it's like the greatest dog. He was a member of the family forever, and then he was sitting on the couch, and my wife went to scoot him over a couple of feet, to make room for her, and he jumped up and bit her on the face. Just out of the nowhere, and all I can think is that dog never had his teeth brushed, man. He's been sitting on a bad tooth for like a year, 2 years, and like everything. You know what it's like to have a bad tooth? It's like everything is fucked, man. Your life is, everything is fucked. And I don't want the dogs to have to experience anything like that. Plus, the last time the doctor had to put Rufus under, they said they were having trouble bringing him out of anesthesia, and that was very nerve-wracking. And if they have tooth issues, they have to sedate them to work on their mouths, So.
Right. Yeah. You know about oil pulling, right?
About what now?
Oil pulling.
I don't know what that is.
Oh fuck, dude! You ever have? I would recommend you start doing oil pulling. If you, especially right now, if you happen to have any tooth problems, a sore tooth or anything like that, it's just coconut oil. You brush your teeth with coconut oil, and you keep it in there as long as possible. Even after you stop brushing, you coat your whole gums and your mouth with coconut oil, and it will pull the toxins out of your gums. And coconut oil is a natural antibacterial also, so it'll kill the bacteria in your mouth and in between your teeth. And instead of going to the dentist and fixing some bad teeth I got, I've done oil pulling for the last couple of years. I swear to God, it works. It's so valuable as a dental aid.
Huh.
I can't recommend it enough, man.
So you use like the kind of coconut oil that Craig fries his burritos in?
White oil, yeah. I mean, they have a lesser quality yellow oil, or at least they used to. But just by the highest quality coconut oil there is, pure coconut oil, and it's like aspirin. It's a wonder drug for teeth and tooth pain and gum health, and I swear by it. I'll bet anybody $1 million if you got a bad tooth or an infected gum and you try this and you do it properly, I swear to God it'll work 100%.
Yeah, if I find something that's like seems like it needs extra attention, I just usually get out some Listerine, and I just dump the toothbrush in the Listerine and fucking do that area that's fucked up, repeatedly with the Listerine, and they seem to do the trick.
Listerine is a topical treatment. In other words, it won't go into your gums like coconut oil will. Coconut oil will actually pull the toxins out of your gums. That's the difference. Whereas sometimes I just take a swig of Listerine and then brush my teeth. I don't even dip the toothbrush in there. I'll have a mouthful of Listerine and do my whole teeth, But oil pulling is way different than that. It's wonderful, Michael. You could probably punch it into YouTube and pull up a fucking video, and some doctor will be explaining to you or have a diagram exactly how it works. And I was amazed. I was completely amazed.
Right on. I'll have to look it up. It sounds like a valuable information, no doubt.
Yeah, I mean,
there's a lot of people walking around with very painful mouths,
Yeah, every time I meet somebody with bad breath, I just shake their hand and say, halitosis, pleased to meet you. So, I mean, yeah, so, yeah, I think I was right, dude. I had heard something about a boat pulling up off of some South American country, and 8 or 9 of the 10 people were killed, and they captured one. Apparently, with that thing in Venezuela, there were 2 boats, and I was talking about the one boat, and then you were talking about the other one. And I saw a story yesterday, I think, and it was the same thing. That it was 2 different locations.
That sounds right. Yeah. I thought you said it was like a few months ago.
No, a few months ago, Maduro, the Senate of Venezuela called Guaido before the Senate, and I don't think he showed up, to question him on a hearing about treason, the attempted overthrow of the legitimate Venezuelan government. And the United States moved some large ships off the coast of Venezuela a couple months ago.
Yeah. All right.
And then, you don't happen to remember that concert Richard Brannon threw, I think, in Colombia, just on the border of Colombia and Venezuela?
Yeah. I remember.
Yeah, apparently, I guess Guaido was there, and the CIA was probably there. And,
for sure.
And, it's like, goddamn, the more you learn about these fucking swinging dick millionaires, it's like, can't you guys get anything fucking right? I thought you were pretty cool. Virgin Airlines, Virgin Records. It's like, man, you're just another fucking globalist that, now you're hanging out with fucking CIA operatives and you're throwing bullshit fucking concerts, and you're basically contributing to the overthrow of a lawfully elected government because somebody told you to hate socialism. It's like, don't they have sovereignty, or do they have sovereignty? And who the fuck are you, Mr. Virgin Airlines, riding in a balloon, driving into space, whatever the fuck you do, hang gliding, swinging dick motherfucker on your big yacht? It's like, you're not cool, dude. You're a dickwit. You're a globalist, So, I don't know. So, I just respect the sovereignty of countries, and apparently a lot of the rich people do not. They're pretty much in line with the empire's narrative and desires,
Oh.
They might even get kickbacks. You never know.
It is their same desires, dude. They're, just either you're with us or you're against us. So they're with them,
Yeah, well, even last night with Chase or Trace, whatever his name is.
Yeah.
You just kept hammering on, it's the rich people, man. It's the rich people. The people that can buy politicians. And, that's pretty fucking true.
It's that simple. Look, if the rich people wanted things different, it would be different. Okay? The rich people like the way things are. Does anyone see some big effort to try and change the way things are? I don't see it. There is no, other than, fucking lies and bullshit. Go ahead.
Most of them didn't make their money off socialism. Most of them made their money off capitalism. And within all capitalist systems, except the perfect one, there is an incentive to make as much money as possible, irregardless of the negative effects on the population. And so rich people have been stepping on the poor. They were doing it in feudalism. They were doing it in the Dark Ages. They were doing it in the Renaissance. They were doing it in the early stages of colonization, especially of the Americas. And they're doing it now. And through the centuries, you have, I think 1875 or before was the rise of corporations, and corporate law and all that stuff. And capitalists want to continue to make money, and they'll lobby the governments to make sure there's no restrictions on their greedy capitalistic endeavors, irregardless of the negative effects on the population. So it is, fuck the Illuminati, fuck the, 322 and the, 311, and fuck all the numerology and the fucking Kabbalah. I know all that shit. I researched all that shit, And it's just a rabbit holes that go down, 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 down. And then you get tunnels at the bottom, and you get lost in the tunnels, and pretty soon you got the Anunnaki flying around.
Look, it's not that he wasn't right. Okay, it's but I mean, it as you're saying, we all know that stuff. What I'm saying is, it's been said again and again. I mean, Immortal Technique. At the top of my music list on the front page of this Mox News YouTube page, it says Immortal Technique, tell the truth, and he says the truth is it's all written right there on the dollar bill, and that's what he was trying to get to. And I was like, are we all, I mean, the problem is that you're diluting everything. You want to put all this extra information that isn't really important. Go ahead.
Yeah. The one thing you didn't tell him was, hey, man, we all already know all that stuff. We're beyond that.
I didn't, because I didn't want to act like, what he's saying wasn't valid, because that's what he kept saying. Oh, you go ahead and tell me what I'm saying is nothing. I said, I didn't say that, Chase. That's not what I said.
Well, I think just on the face of it, you're more correct than him, because you pointed the finger at the rich, and it can't even be denied. The entire history, the entire 19th century and the 20th century was nothing but the rich trying to squish the poor, and it's still going on, and supposedly we're in the 21st century, I guess, but, fuck the Illuminati, fuck the Freemasons, fuck the Moose Lodge. I don't care about
and when you say fuck the rich, like I'm trying to say, and again, I'm not talking about somebody living in $1 million home. I'm talking about these fucking cunts that are buying the politicians and keeping the world the way it is. Because you know why they keep it the way it is? Because their world is just fine the way it is. They're sitting on big fat stacks of cash that you can't even begin to imagine.
Well, the rich have infested government to the point that they control government, and we don't. Most of us are so dumb, we even think our vote matters, or that our voting machines work. That's how dumb we are. So, yeah, you were right. You pointed at the rich. It is the rich. I don't care if you got Mickey Mouse or Donald Duck or the Queen on your fucking dollar bill, or if it says, E pluribus dum fuckistan.
Man, did you hear Dwayne going off on the Queen the other night, being on their Canadian money? I was loving that.
Picture and shit. I mean, that's their problem. I'm not saying.
I was loving that, though.
I'm not saying that Dwayne is wrong, and of course he's right about calling the Queen an ugly bitch and all that shit. But the truth is, Dwayne is much smarter than Chase or Trace. Because Dwayne's not all hung up on the fucking Illuminati and the stuff that, Albert Pike. I mean, it's like, this guy seemed like he was brand new to the information. They're like, this is the cause, and we should all not fight the government. We should fight the Illuminati. Okay, find me the fucking Illuminati then, and I'll fight them. But you can't. Because the Illuminati morphed into the CFR, into the CIA, into the OSS, into so many groups, and you find me the Committee of 300. Okay, what are we going to do? We're going to go to Italy, and we're going to fucking poison the pizza of the Committee of 300. It's like, I don't want to go down that rabbit hole. I would rather just fight the rich without cutting off all their heads.
Look, we just have to. The name of last night's show was we must recognize the real enemy, and we have to keep this simple. Because it is simple. It really is. It's the people that own the politicians, because clearly no politicians are representing anyone in the working class for a long, long, long time. Okay, so clearly, they're representing someone else's interest, and there's a very limited fucking that's a very short list. Let's put it that way. So, and those people are the ones that are keeping us driving on this 1920s, 1930s type road, technologies, asphalt shit, and not making it so there's not a fucking charging station everywhere we go, so that we can begin to put fucking solar panels on everybody's houses who can fucking actually, the solar panels will pay for themselves. It's not a problem. The government funds it. Boom, boom, boom. Millions of new jobs, fucking free electricity on everybody's fucking street that anybody can plug into and drive their fucking cars anywhere they want. And why aren't we doing that again? Because the fucking petroleum companies own this government.
It's a monopoly. It's a monopoly. And the people with monopolies don't want to give up their monopolies,
So
whether it be the barons,
the petroleum companies who have their fucking little plug-in stations on every fucking corner where they can drain your fucking wallet for every drop that you put in your tank every fucking where you go. And fucking, by the way, create fucking unnecessary pollution when we could simply be getting the fucking energy from the sun. It's right there waiting for us to fucking grab it. We're not doing it because of the fossil fuel industry. And I don't want to blame, like, all the workers in the fossil fuel industry. I want to blame the people who own the companies. You know?
We all know the sound of windmills, Michael, it creates cancer. I think I heard Trump say that one time.
I really, I could care less. It just bothers me that, again, we're in this like 1920s, 1930s technology, combustion engines. What the fuck, people? Okay, it might be nice for your hot rod, but you want to know a little secret? You fucking take the leash off of those electric engines, and most of them will lay waste to any fucking piece of shit combustion engine. So
I'm sure you're aware that at the turn of the 19th century, in the early part of the 19th century, in San Francisco, they had electric railway cars everywhere. And then it was the rubber barons, the people that make rubber, and the people that pump the oil and and make the gasoline that killed the electric car industry. And so, there's been so much technology squished. Now, if Trace would talk about that, I would be more interested. But it's not the Illuminati, man. It's not the.
It doesn't matter what label you want to put on it. The labels are meaningless. We just have to fucking get the reality. It's the people that are buying the politicians. Okay, the politicians, because the politicians aren't representing us. They're supposed to be of the people, for the people, a representative government. Okay.
And now there's a brand new technology, 20 years old, that they are squishing because it's harmful to all of their monopolies, and that technology is called the internet. And so information is an industry. Obviously, you got a million media companies. Some of them make nothing, no money. They're just doing it for free. And some of them are high class, NBC, CNN, blah, 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 Fox. So since the invention of this technology, the internet and social media, which is still evolving, we are getting out information that would not have gotten out 30 years ago. It would be squished, it would be unknown. And so they know, they look into the future and they say, oh fuck, if this keeps up, all these little peons, they're going to expose our game. And so that's why this pandemic, the information coming out about this pandemic is being squished, and they're removing YouTube channels and they're removing YouTube videos. And they got every time you open up something, you got a COVID-19 government fucking headline on it.
Right.
You can't fucking, you have to be a goddamn warrior just to be a social media activist. And And society, of course, it's divide and conquer. And so they've successfully divided but not conquered the internet. And that's what I was talking about in the beginning, is I'm seeing all these people argue and argue and argue. And you can tell the dumb fucks, the guys that the slaves, the sheep, they just want to be,
Well, did you see the video I posted today of Sean Penn?
No, what's his take on stuff?
He basically equated COVID-19 people to active shooters, right?
Oh, God, Hollywood, man.
And I was like, this is really messed up, dude. It's basically now the COVID. But what he actually said was that we are, with this COVID-19, we are in an active shooter type scenario, right? Because we're sheltering in place and hiding and stuff. And the title of the video, though, that I put was that Sean Penn equates COVID-19 positive people to active shooters, right? And immediately I'm getting chastised by people in the comments saying that's not what he said. He said COVID-19 is an active shooter. And I said, no, what he said was that let's see. He said COVID-19 is like an active shooter scenario. And I said, and in the active shooter scenario, this is how I responded to people in the comments, that, in the active shooting scenario, there is always a shooter. And who is the shooter in this scenario? And it's you. You are the shooter. The person, I said you, or whoever it is that's COVID-19 positive. Because
definitely it's not the government who's the active shooter.
All I'm saying is he's doing this, he's taking this fear thing, he's hyping it to this level that we're all familiar with. Now COVID-19, and basically, is almost, to me, it's like open season on COVID-19. There's a reason the police are arresting these people and dragging them from their homes and isolating them. That's what I'm hearing.
It's illegal to go onto an empty beach and fucking sit in the sand, but it's completely legal to go to Costco or Gemco and hang out with 500 people in a warehouse. It's like, what the fuck is that? Is that scientific? Obviously, Sean Penn is a dumb fuck who doesn't know what I know about the origins of this virus or how it's structured or the idiocracy of these existing laws they're trying to force down our throat. But I'll tell you something cool.
Well, I think what it really shows is that Sean Penn is just another government operative. But go ahead.
Well, he did something pretty cool, because I was at Occupy LA, right?
Uh-huh.
The biggest camp in America.
Yeah.
1 square mile of hippies and people pissing on the lawn and clowns and National Lawyer Committee people and people trying to change their country and exercising the American tradition of free speech and protest and lawful assembly, right? 1 square mile, the biggest camp and the longest running camp also, by the way. And he had booked LA City Hall for a movie shoot during the 1 year that Occupy LA was going on. It was almost a year. And so the forces, the mayor at the time, who was pretty cool, were, since he had booked City Hall and the surroundings of City Hall to do a movie shoot for some fucking movie, they were trying to use that as an excuse. They had definitely brought it up to get everybody off the fucking mayor's lawn and shut down the camp. But Sean Penn said, no, I'm in favor of the Occupy movement, and I don't want to shut it down, and I will just book City Hall at a future date. And so that was pretty cool that he did in 2012, I think it was, 2011. So despite the fact that he's a dumb fuck about vaccines and this pandemic, he did something pretty cool a long time ago for Occupy LA. I just thought I'd bring that up because, so what? The guy makes movies. Doesn't make him a genius,
Yeah. No, I have a lot of problem with, I see a lot of these celebrities being used in this way as some kind of a mouthpiece for the government, and then, saying shit like, somehow equating COVID-19 people with, active shooters. I really take offense,
Oh yeah, you got Angela Jolie, Brad Pitt's Brad the Pip's wife. She's like the United Nations spokesman for fucking something child bullshit. I don't know what she is, but it's like, they do that all the time. They use the movie stars to push their agenda. So I'm not impressed. I don't give a fuck. I'll listen to a bum on the street if he's talking sense more than Angela Jolie, Madonna, or Sean Penn. It's like, I don't give a fuck what your social status is. If you're pushing bullshit, you're just peddling bullshit. Fuck you. I'm not impressed, But yeah, so let me see that video, huh?
Which one?
The Sean Penn video.
Oh, I posted it earlier. I wasn't gonna play it on this tonight.
Oh, okay.
But I'll play a video about Venezuela for you.
All right, cool. Well, I'll listen and I'm paying attention and.
Good. I'm glad.
Thanks for pushing the correct agenda, Michael.
That's what I do.
Okay, take care, bro.
All right, good to hear from you. Thanks for calling. Talk to you soon.
Okay, bye.
Bye. That's our buddy Michael from Southern California. I'm going to play this video about the attempted coup in Venezuela, in case you haven't heard about it yet.
Tony, we're learning new details about 2 American citizens who are detained in Venezuela. They are accused of being involved in a bizarre and failed plot to overthrow the country's president, Nicolas Maduro. State TV in Venezuela yesterday showed an alleged confession by one of the Americans, who's a former U.S. Special Forces soldier. Manuel Bojorquez, who has reported from Venezuela, unravels the story from Miami.
I was helping Venezuelans take back control.
On state-run TV, 34-year-old Luke Denman of Texas appeared to admit his role in an attempt to capture Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro, at one point holding up what was purported to be a signed contract. CBS News is unable to verify whether his statements were coerced. Maduro, who has been charged by the U.S. for drug smuggling, used the arrest of Denman and another former U.S. soldier, Aaron Berry, to swiftly blame Washington.
Donald Trump, Mike Pompeo directamente.
Donald Trump, Mike Pompeo were directly behind this, he said. The U.S. considers Maduro a dictator and has condemned his oppressive regime, but the administration has denied any involvement.
If we'd have been involved, it would have gone differently.
Former Green Beret Jordan Goudreau, who runs a global security company in Florida, said that he advised the so-called Operation Gideon and was hired by a group that included the U.S.-backed opposition leader, Juan Guaido. Guaido has denied that.
At 1700 hours, a daring amphibious raid was launched.
Both Denman and Berry are associated with Goudreau's Florida-based company Silvercore USA. Eric Farnsworth is the vice president of the Council of the Americas and a former senior U.S. diplomat.
It's a very convenient thing to have happened, and one wonders, given how quickly this was identified and how quickly the perpetrators were rounded up, whether Maduro at least didn't know in advance and maybe had something to do with it as well.
Law enforcement officials say Goudreau is under investigation for arms trafficking. We reached out to him for comment, but have not heard back. Maduro said those 2 U.S. citizens would face trial in Venezuela. Gail?
Very bizarre story there. Thank you very much, Manny.
Weed jerky, excellent idea. And I have seen cannabis-infused jerky, and I think the guy from Friday Harbor, Mike from Friday Harbor House of Jerky, I believe he was telling me that he had gotten some cannabis-infused jerky from a couple different sources, and that he was checking it out to see how it was. The problem with any kind of product that goes on the shelf that's infused, it's almost always limited to like a very small dose, and then it winds up, to get a decent dose, you wind up having to spend way too much money. You got to make your own butter, make your own cookies, and you will not regret it. I promise you, people. I can't I don't know how much more true I can be with you. If you have the ability to legally obtain cannabis and then make your own butter and then make it into whatever you like, cookies, whatever, spread it on your toast, I don't care. This is some of the best advice I can possibly give you. So if you can do that legally, I cannot highly enough recommend it, honestly and truly, from the deepest part of my heart. So, that being said, I still have more videos to play for you guys. So we got the Venezuela one. And let's see. Ooh, a new Banksy. Oh, there was a new Banksy. Did you guys see the new Banksy? I am a fan of Banksy. I've always been a fan of Banksy. I'm not a big fan of graffiti, but it just was always so in your face and, so kind of unique. You know what I mean? I love unique. I love artists. I love unique, and I love in your face. That's one of the problems that I never really appreciate graffiti, is none of it seems very unique. I mean, lots of it has lots of pretty colors, but it kind of all is, although when you start getting characters and stuff like that, which you don't see a whole lot in graffiti, that I don't see a whole lot in graffiti. If then it takes on some very unique, and I would actually call it art. But if you're just writing your fucking name and then spraying colors around it to make it pretty, I don't see that as anything other than a dog pissing on a pole, basically. But I love Banksy, and I kind of like his new piece. But so I thought you guys want to see that.
Coronavirus lockdown hasn't stopped the mysterious Banksy from being creative. He's best known, of course, for satirical and subversive street murals. But his latest piece honors British healthcare workers in heroic fashion. As Charlie Daggett reports, it was unveiled at a hospital in southern England.
Whether this is a rare sighting of the undercover artist himself pulling off a special delivery may be a mystery.
Wow. Oh, it's really, truly a beautiful painting.
But the image is pure Banksy. It depicts a little boy playing in overalls, tossed aside in a small trash can, a couple of discarded superheroes. Instead, he's holding a nurse, soaring like Superman, cape and all. Called Game Changer. He's never been big on subtlety.
He's trying to say, isn't he, that the superheroes, the original superheroes, are on the back burner now, and it's people like key workers and nurses and healthcare professionals that are at the forefront, and children are looking up to us.
Like many frontline hospitals, Southampton General has lost its own staff members to COVID-19, which makes the picture that much more poignant.
It warms the heart to know that someone's done this for us in the hospital. It's just beautiful.
Self-isolation has found work for idle hands. Banksy posted this image of his trademark rats wreaking havoc in his bathroom with the comment, "My wife hates it when I work from home." Whether it was his handiwork to put a surgical mask on his girl with a pierced eardrum mural last month, he won't say. But no guys this time. Banksy even left a note saying, "Thanks for all you're doing. I hope this brightens the place up a bit, even if it's only black and white." While Banksy is certainly one of a kind, that sentiment is universal. There are murals like these by other artists paying tribute to healthcare workers everywhere. That Banksy portrait is a gift that will keep giving. After lockdown, it's going to be auctioned off to raise money for healthcare charities. Tony?
Charlie Daggett for us in London. Charlie, thank you very much. And Anthony, I love that Banksy drawing with the superheroes in the wastebasket and the doll replaced with the heroic nurse. It reminds me of the very best of editorial cartoonists, and with newspapers shifting what they're focusing on, it's so great to see an artist like Banksy kind of take up the mantle.
I wish every artist, Tony, could do one of those and put it in all the hospitals right now, because any ounce of support is great.
Yeah, and it shows you how a good drawing is better than a picture and can speak volumes beyond just 1,000 words. The punch and the message comes home in ways that essays couldn't do. So great work and a great report from Charlie Daggett. Ahead, Jill Schlesinger.
Okay, so again, THC is heat activated. So if you're gonna put honey on it and eat a nug, you have to put it in the oven first at like 275 degrees for like 5 minutes or so, and then you take it out, and then you put honey on it, and then you eat it, and then you will be able to experience the wonders of cannabis. When I've done it that way in the past, what I've done is I put it in the oven, and then I crumbled it up and put it into a gelatin capsule and eaten it that way. And it has worked very, very well in the past. It doesn't always work, but a couple of times it's worked very, very well. And at least once it didn't work, so I'm not sure if I didn't heat it properly or what, but there you go. If you're wondering about eating marijuana that way, I wouldn't eat that way. Marijuana has very, very strong flavor, so that's the reason I can't put it on. I can't put the butter on toast because it's so strong. I mean, I literally, I put it in when I put it in the freezer, I put it in like a Tyson chicken nuggets bag or whatever. It's kind of like camouflage. But man, when you open up that, and inside there, it's in a gallon baggie, right? And when you open up the Tyson chicken bag, it's just like skunk. What? And it's frozen. So yeah, I just never expect that to happen. I'm like, yeah, it's some very good stuff. And that batch is from this. That batch was made out of these, and it's kick ass. So you guys know that's where we're at now. Okay, so anyways, I have more videos. We can play videos all night long if you want. I have a video about wearing face mask while black, and how that seems to be very hazardous to your health if you are a young black man. Or not necessarily seems to be very hazardous to your health, but seems to be a questionable action to be taking if you are a young black man. Look how red I look. Why do I look so red? Let's see. Craig's been adjusting the colors because when I start the show, the light is coming into the room from the sun going down. So, I guess the contrast or something probably got turned up weird for when we start the show. Let's see. Let's see. What else do I have here? Oh, I got a nurse who stands up to protesters that want, the all jobs matter protesters, right? I have a nurse or nurses who like stand up to them and say, it's not right what you're doing. Which what they're doing is they're trying really hard to, to get,
Mr. Grinch.
oh, I guess I ate too much cannabis today. To get, let's see, they're trying to get the protesters to go, like, what are you doing? You're gonna kill people. Stop acting like it's safe to go outside. The bird box monster's gonna get you. How come you people aren't wearing masks? Kind of publicly shaming them, right? I have a video about that. Oh, the White House refuses to publish the CDC guidelines for COVID-19. I have a video about that. COVID-19 tracking. Pentagon bans. Oh, Pentagon bans COVID-19 positive. People who test COVID-19 positive are banned from ever joining the military. They just did that. And this seems like a strange thing, right? I mean, I guess they probably have stuff like that for, stuff, certain other things like AIDS and who knows what else. Like you probably, if you test positive for that shit, you can't join. I would guess. But that seems kind of weird, right? That they would do this COVID-19, like that's you're banned because you caught the flu. You now can no longer participate in the military. That seems a little weird, right? And I don't know if that's part of the fear tactic, like this whole, Trump's valet, look how dangerous this is. It's even reached inside the White House, I don't know if that's that's where we're at or what's happening. But I thought that was interesting knowledge that should be talked about too. Hello, caller.
Michael, this is Steve McClanahan.
Steve, how are you?
Michael, how are you currently?
I'm not green anymore.
You're not green?
I'm not green.
You're not going green anymore currently?
I'm not green anymore.
Are you ill? Have you fallen ill?
No, I am not ill. I'm not green anymore.
You need to get the COVID test, because that's one of the symptoms.
Being green?
Yes.
Oh, I did not know that.
That is currently one of the symptoms, Michael.
Well, I'm not, I had a dream, Steve. And in this dream, I was in a room, and there was a nurse.
You had a dream? You had a dream in a room?
There was a nurse.
You usually sleep in a room, and then you would have a dream there.
And there was an assistant to the nurse. And the nurse wanted to take wanted to take my temperature and a blood sample.
No, don't let her do it.
And I said, and if I have a fever, are you going to put me in a room? And she said, yes, we are. And I said,
no!
Get the fuck away from me. And I mean, get the fuck away from me. And then I woke up.
Holy shit, I'm fucking terrified right now.
I know, right?
Shit. Oh my God. Holy shit. Michael. Because you know what? I had a dream that people were coming over to my house and they were knocking at my door and they were like, did you get your vaccination yet? And I was like, yeah, I got it at Walgreens, sir. And he was like, let me check your credentials, Steve. Let me check your credentials. Did you get the vaccination, Steve? And I was like, yes, I did. I did. And they were like, searching it in the database, And then I fucking woke up. And then I was like, holy fucking shit. And you know what? This is why I'm running for president. And I think it would be totally legal for if, say, you know, you're an American citizen. You traded in your bullets. And no, we're not telling anybody to trade in their bullets over here at the Democratic Party. Currently, Steve McClanahan is running for the Democratic nominee. Currently, already nominated himself. You know, I'll win it. Doesn't matter. And, you know, you got a guy showing up to your house. He's currently asking you, hey, did you get your shot? And then you just fucking cap this motherfucker with a couple of THC tranquilizer darts with fucking Steve McClanahan's name on the side of it currently. And I'll fucking take the blame for all this shit. But don't come over there fucking asking some motherfucker if he got a shot. You know what you gotta do? You gotta shoot him. Okay? That is what we're doing. We're taking over the Democratic Party because these people are completely fucked. Clearly. And we need to, like, bring new life into the Democratic Party currently, Michael. And I tell you what, Michael.
Fuck the Democratic Party. It needs to die.
Fuck them. That's what I'm saying.
It needs to die.
Come here. They need, you know what? Nobody needs to die. People just chill.
The Democratic Party needs to die. The Democratic Party needs to go away
party,
forever.
The party's over, guys. You've been partying fucking nonstop, 24/7, 759 days a week with the Republicans. And you know what? You're all cut from the same cloth. And you're all a bunch of bullshit. And we all know it. And so that's why I'm saying, ladies and gentlemen, take a look at your American flag right now, currently. And you just look at Steve McClanahan. He is ready to come in and fucking start fucking capping everybody with THC tranquilizer darts. First day, Steve McClanahan is there. Walk in the White House. I'll fucking walk down the fucking hallway. I'll pull out fucking 2 fucking 45 caliber pistols with excellent achieved THC tranquilizer darts, and I would just start capping everybody in fucking the White House, Capitol Hill.
All right, that's enough of that.
Everybody needs to chill the fuck out.
Yeah, all right, Steve, we're good.
We're good.
Yeah.
You want to cap them with a couple of THC tranquilizer darts.
We're gonna go now, Steve.
Fucking really, and you know who was that bald fucking old guy? Remember that guy? What's his name? Hates marijuana. He hates it. He's like, all these people are criminals and shit. And yeah, and then Trump fired him. What was this guy's name?
We gotta go, Steve.
Oh, the really old guy. You know, there's a lot of them. There's a lot of those motherfuckers. You know what? Cap them with a couple of THC tranquilizer darts, and all of a sudden
right,
they're like,
hey,
you know
we
what,
gotta
dude?
go, Steve. It's good to hear from you, Steve.
Hey,
Glad you're doing strong.
I gotta go.
Okay.
I'm going.
All right, you go, Steve.
We're working and developing the THC tranquilizer dart, whether you like it or not.
You go work on
So
that,
I gotta
Steve.
go with Dr. Anderson
Bye,
in
Steve.
Erickson.
Bye, Steve.
And yeah.
This is Steve McClanahan, and we don't talk about the White House in such a way because people get all fucking worked up about it. So we don't say things like that about the White House. Let's see. What are you doing, girl? Hey, what are you doing down there? Huh? What are you doing? What? Come here. Go away. He goes away. I'm not coming there. You don't have any jerky out. Why should I come there? I'm not coming there. I'm out of here. Get the jerky back out. Maybe I'll come back. Get the jerky out. Get that jerk. Just get the jerky out. Why haven't you got the jerky out yet? Okay, so let's play a video about the Pentagon bans anyone who tests COVID-19 positive. The Pentagon is banning them from ever participating in the U.S. military, which seems odd. Like I was saying, I mean, are they banning people who get the flu from participating in the military? So, I mean, it seems like there's something weird there, right? I mean, right, they don't just do shit like this for no reason, I don't think. So, I think I think there's some kind of there. And I don't want to, I mean, I want to ask the question, why is it that they would do that? You know? If this is something you get over, and once you've had it, then you have the antibodies inside of you, and you're less likely to catch it again, right? Why would then you be banned, right? Does that make sense to you guys? Something else. There's something more to this that we're not being told. I'm gonna light
the
the
U.S.
bomb.
military is no
If anybody
longer
wants to
accepting
join
new
me,
recruits
I'm
who
lighting the
have been
bomb.
diagnosed with the coronavirus. That's according to a memo from the U.S. Military Entrance Processing Command that's circulating online. Its authenticity was confirmed by the Pentagon to the Military Times. The memo lays out what it calls interim guidance for handling possible and confirmed coronavirus cases. It says during the medical history interview or examination, a history of COVID-19 confirmed by either a laboratory test or clinician diagnosis is permanently disqualifying. Those diagnosed with coronavirus can apply for a medical waiver from the military branch they're trying to join. If that waiver is granted, then they can move forward with enlistment. This new guidance comes as the military is already struggling during the pandemic to find new recruits. The Associated Press reports some branches could fall short of their enlistment goals as a result. For Newsy, I'm Catherine Beek.
I thought it was longer than that. Almost ready. Almost ready. Let's see. Almost ready.
Sometimes life can be a little overwhelming. Sometimes the weight of the world can be too much to bear. Sometimes you need to stop worrying and take a deep breath. Sometimes you need cannabis. Introducing Brightside, high-quality cannabis delivered right to your door. Brightside offers an extensive menu of strains and products to meet your needs. Choose the experience you want, and we'll send you the dankest herb, the real sticky icky, some top-shelf marijuana. If you like what we send you, keep the whole jar. We'll even include some nugs for you to blaze. As part of Discovery, you'll get to try new strains and products. Side effects may include euphoria, increased appetite, uncontrollable giggles, elevated sensitivity to musical dopeness, and reduced anxiety. Tetrahydrocannabinol may also induce feelings of existential well-being and relentless optimism. With a Brightside subscription, you can get it once a month, once a week, or whenever you want, all at a price you'll like. And yes, this is a real company.
Do you know who I am?
You're the wizard.
Ask your doctor if cannabis is right for you. It probably is. Keep it Brightside.
It's just that simple, people. How much more can you ask for from a simple herb, right? How much more could you possibly ask for from a plant, right? We could fuel our cars on it. We can get medicine from it. We can make our clothing out of it. We can make food out of it. There's lots and lots of food that can be made out of hemp, cannabis seeds. We could build houses out of it. We could make all of our paper needs out of it. How much more could you ask for from one plant? And instead of humans being able to readily tap into that resource, it's been taken from us as if it's pure evil. And the only way we can survive is to hide it from the people. Only way the rich people can survive All right. What shall we do now? What shall we use to fill the empty spaces where we used to talk? How shall I fill the final places? How shall I complete the wall? I am just a newborn stranger in this town. Where are all the good girls? Who's gonna show this stranger around? Let's see. What do we have now besides me ripping off and butchering fucking Pink Floyd, greatest fucking album ever? Let's see, what does it say? Oh, nurses fight protester. Let's see, White House refuses to release CDC guidelines. Let's see. COVID-19 tracking app. That's what we have left. Unless you guys would like to call and, let's see. Oh, wearing a face mask while black. Let's play that.
Millions of Americans in cities like New York, Detroit, and Philadelphia are wearing face masks. But many black people fear they could now be labeled a threat if they cover their face to protect themselves. Last month, a Miami doctor with a mask was handcuffed in front of his home while he was just unloading his van. He says that he was racially profiled. Our national correspondent, Jerika Duncan, is in New York with more on this story. Jerika, good morning to you.
Good morning to you. You know, we interviewed several black men for this story, and all of them said that they pretty much felt like they were under attack when it comes to from the police or even in their community before this pandemic, and now worry that with wearing these face coverings, they could be seen as more of a threat.
He was like, either you show us your ID or you take your face mask off. It's a pandemic.
D'Angelo Jackson and his friend Jermon Best say they were shocked when an officer approached them in an Illinois Walmart back in March. Best says he recorded the moment a Wood River police sergeant followed them out of the store.
He proceeds to tell us that there's a city ordinance that we can't wear masks in a store.
The two young men say they were wearing surgical masks as they shopped for cleaning supplies.
We're being asked to leave for being safe.
The Wood River Police Department says it is investigating the incident, and the officer incorrectly informed the men there was a law against wearing masks.
We left the store to keep down confusion because the situation could have went farther than it did.
Best and Jackson say they uploaded the video to social media in an effort to raise awareness about black people who are afraid to wear face coverings during the coronavirus pandemic.
This is a cry for help from our community right here.
Best and Jackson are not alone in their concerns. A Florida doctor says he was profiled in April when he was stopped by police.
I don't know exactly what made him get out of the car and then put handcuffs on me.
Dr. Armin Henderson is an internist at the University of Miami Health System and tests the city's homeless population for coronavirus. He says when he was approached, he was removing bulk trash from his van. You can watch it all play out on Dr. Henderson's home security camera.
We were in front of my property, and then he took me in front of the car and proceeded to belittle me and to yell in my face.
The officer eventually let him go, but Dr. Henderson filed a complaint. Miami Police Chief George Colina released this video response on Twitter saying the department is investigating.
The City of Miami Police Department does not condone or accept profiling of any kind.
Dr. Henderson says he believes race played a role in the officer's actions.
It is a valid fear to think that, that if you have a mask on, you become another police target.
This is already becoming a problem.
Ibram X. Kendi is a professor at American University and the author of the book, How to Be an Anti-Racist. He says the fear of wearing a mask in public, even during a pandemic, is shared by many African Americans.
Black people's perceptions of fear is based on the number of times we ourselves have been racially profiled.
One California mother already has that fear for her 18-year-old son, Elijah Kipp. He says even at his young age, he has had to deal with that harsh reality.
I've had a good amount of encounters with the police. It's always in the back of your mind that you're going to get profiled or something's going to go bad,
His mother, Jenny Kipp, wrote a post on social media asking her San Francisco neighbors to be mindful of their inherent biases when they see her son or anyone who looks like him wearing a mask.
We need to be talking about the fact that this isn't about being a bad white person. It's not about shame. It's about the work that we have to do to make sure that it's safe for Black people to live in this world. I just really hope that we could take this opportunity to start having the conversations.
And everything starts with a conversation. It's no secret that wearing a face covering can protect you from spreading this virus. In fact, the CDC recommends that you wear those face coverings when you cannot practice social distancing. Gail?
Tarika, my heart hurts. I'm so glad you did this story. I had this conversation with my son recently because I've heard this anecdotally, the story that you're talking about. He has a black face mask, and I said, Will, I would appreciate it if you wouldn't wear the black one, wear one of those brightly colored bandanas. He got very irritated with me because he said, what difference does it make, the color mask that I wear? We're supposed to wear a mask. Sadly, I know he's right, but sadly, looking at your story, I think there's a bigger issue and a bigger conversation that needs to be had here. I'm very glad you're doing it.
And
thank you.
And
Thank
as
you
that
very
woman
much.
said, it all starts with that conversation.
We're all very familiar with the conversation. Thank you. Ahead, how this.
And, most people probably don't know what it's like to be fucked with in your own neighborhood like that. I feel really bad for those people because, the guy is standing in front of his own house and the cop comes up and starts hassling him. Standing in front of his own house, being a good guy, taking care of business, wearing a mask like they're being asked to do, and he gets harassed. And why? Because the cop can. That's why. Cops have what they call discretion. No cop has to fuck your life. Cop finds a fucking ounce of weed in your pocket, in your kid's pocket, whatever. That cop has the ability to act as if that does not exist. And instead, most of the time, especially when black apparently, cops choose to fuck those people's lives. I've had a cop pull, I've told you guys this story. I had a cop pull a half ounce of weed out of my pocket and then put it back in my pocket. And not say a word about it. And this was way before weed was legal. Way before they weren't prosecuting people for weed in Washington. It was just like, yeah, that's not what we're looking for. Because there's no reason to look for that. That probably means this guy is no threat and not looking for any trouble. A half ounce of weed in this guy's pocket means all he wants to do is smoke weed. It's Friday night. He's got a half ounce of weed in his pocket. He's just looking for the next party where he can spark one up, man. He's not looking for trouble. Cops should always be looking for people that are looking for trouble. That has nothing to do with cannabis. Ever. Sorry, I'm watching the new Scooby-Doo trailer It looks pretty funny. Or it looks like it'll have its moments anyways. I'm not sure who's in it. It depends on who's in it. I did see who was in it. A couple of the people that I wanted to be in it were not. It is an interesting cast, but I think they missed the mark with a couple of the characters. Truth be told, but I have not seen the movie. It looks interesting. I'm looking forward to it. They say like home showing, like open, a new premiere home showing. I'm like, I might have to get that. It looks awfully fun. It looks like the kind of thing that I would like to get lost in for an hour, because that's what I like to do. Like to be like, I don't like these dramas, man. These people where people are shooting each other and stuff. And that's one of the things I'm seeing in cartoons so much now. I see so many guns in cartoons, but they come like in the form of ray guns, like aliens with ray guns. It's not like bang bang guns. You don't see those kind of guns, but you see other guns that shoot all kinds of different things. And I hate that. I mean, you can have a gun in it, but like dozens of guns, like that's what everybody does, is they carry guns, is not good. I mean, Elmer Fudd had a shotgun, right? And he blew Daffy Duck's beak backwards, right? So it's not like I hate that, I mean, rabbit season is one of the greatest fucking bits of all time. Rabbit season, duck season. I love it. Love it. Hilarious. And the shotgun made it even funnier. Probably wouldn't be funny at all without the shotgun, right? Well, let's play. I wish I could play some Daffy Duck cartoons for you. Oh man, that would be cool. Okay, so White House is refusing to post the CDC guidelines for the COVID-19.
Needs past 7 weeks. The coronavirus once again getting close to President Trump. Newsy has confirmed that a member of the U.S. military who works on the White House campus has tested positive for the virus. Now, according to CNN, that person works as one of President Trump's personal valets, and that person was diagnosed yesterday. The White House says the president and vice president have since tested negative, and they remain in great health. Meanwhile, the Trump administration is reportedly deciding not to publish CDC guidelines in the path to reopening states. The CDC laid out a detailed guide, but was reportedly told it would, quote, never see the light of day.
The Trump administration is refusing to publish a guide by a group of top disease experts detailing how to best reopen businesses. According to the Associated Press, an anonymous official from the CDC says agency scientists were told the report would never see the light of day. The 17-page guide, which was supposed to be published last Friday, offered specific safety recommendations for restaurants, schools, churches, and other public places to reopen. The guidelines said restaurants should use disposable plates, cups, and cutlery and install sneeze guards at registers. Churches and other businesses should encourage patrons to wear face masks, and schools should have students eat lunch in their classroom. The White House published its own guide last month, but it's said to be more vague than the CDC recommendations. As the AP points out, the Trump administration has had more authority over what information the CDC releases during the pandemic, a shift from how the agency usually functions. For Newsy, I'm Caitlin Baldwin.
And you notice there at the end, at the podium, Mike Pence is standing there. Nobody's social distancing. Everybody's right there crowded in together. They're talking to reporters. Nobody's wearing a mask. It's as if they are protected by some magical shield, right? You understand what I'm saying? Which doesn't make sense. And it certainly doesn't make sense that the Secret Service, booka booka booka, booka booka booka, the Secret Service would allow the Vice President of the United States, or certainly not the President. Come here, come here, come here. Oh, does that smell good? Come here, come here, come here. Come here, come here. Does it smell good? Is it good? Who's my beautiful baby? Who? Who? Come here, come here. Come here. Oh, look at my beautiful baby. Who's my beautiful baby? Who? Oh, you are. You are my beautiful baby, aren't you? You are my beautiful baby. Oh, is it good, huh? That's good stuff, right? You gotta chew it. You gotta chew it. Not chewing it. Why don't you chew it? Because there's more bites. I gotta get the more bites before I can chew. Girl, you got some already. It's like, wait, don't I get some? Isn't there some for the girl? Girl? Wait, girl, what's up here? Oh, what's up here? Oh, look, there's more. Oh, for the girl, is there more? Is there more for the girl? Is there? There's the Boo Bear. Was it good, Boo? Was it good, Boo Bear? Boo Bear, was that good? Yeah, it's good. You want more, girl? You want more? Huh? Do you? Yeah, you do, huh? You see how she blinked? That's how that's one of the ways that dogs communicate, is they blink. They do it like real slow. I know. And now she's bumping into me. She's like, hey, where's that? I answered your question. Where's my thing? But that's what they do. They like, if you ask them a question, they go. And that tells you yes. If they blink twice for no, and once is for yes, and twice is for no. Right, girl? Wait. Hold on. Girl. Once is for yes, and twice is for no. Right? Nah. She's too busy looking for a treat. Are you looking for a treat? Are you? Does that look good? Uh-oh. Who's this? Hello, caller.
Hi, Mike. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you, Michelle?
Doing pretty good. Well, shoot, I had to call, man. There's a storm brewing over here, and there's lightning, and my phone kept freaking swirling and shit. I was getting so frustrated. I was like, you know what? Just let me call in. Like, oh, man. But I'm doing good, man. There's a great storm going through. Freaking looks awesome. Smells good. How are you?
It always feels like it's kind of like energizing when those storms go through, huh, Michelle?
Oh, absolutely. Everything is all fresh afterwards, and so I'm just out here watching the lightning show. It's pretty badass. But I seen this video about that guy getting followed by the cop, in the store with the mask.
Yeah.
Damn if you do, damn if you don't.
Yeah, it's you try and follow the rules and be a good citizen, and you're fucked because somehow you stand out to the cops, and the cops, and if you stand out to the cops, that means they have the right to fuck with you.
Yeah, and then that damn Gail talking about this conversation we need to have. Motherfucker, you guys been talking about it for fucking decades. Nothing changes.
Yeah.
Nothing changes.
It's because they don't ever talk about it when they actually have the president there. They don't ever actually talk about it to the president. When they actually have the cops to talk to them about it, they don't ever act like they're doing something wrong that should be changed,
Exactly. So it's just an up front, like, oh, here's what's going on next, which is like good. At least you're giving them the heads up of, be careful what kind of mask you wear, because it is true. They're targeting them even way before this even started.
Yeah.
It's been like that.
Yeah.
And for someone on the fucking chat to talk about, well, when I was a kid, man, they harassed me for a fucking bumper sticker, but are they still harassing you for that fucking bumper sticker? Well, these people are getting harassed on a daily fucking basis because of something that they cannot control, and it's the color of their fucking skin. So for me, he kind of fucking was kind of downplaying it, kind of like, well, the pigs are always going to harass somebody, but you live to tell it. You live to tell the story, don't you? A lot of them don't. A lot of them don't. They're fucking shot for whatever fucking reason, and with this court system that's always stacked against us, the peasants, and majority are black and brown folks. or anybody who doesn't fit the status quo. But the majority are black and brown folks, and more black than brown.
And that's what I really saw in that video, Michelle, was that guy was waiting for that guy to respond negatively so that he could either beat the shit out of him or kill him.
And that's what I'm saying. What cop follows you in the store? What is their threat? What's the threat? And then the cop's holding up, has his hand on his gun.
Yeah.
Like, just so you know, boy. Just so you know.
Yeah.
And no, we all know. We all know. And if y'all fucking act like, oh, racism isn't that bad, then the research that you can do and show all the fucking innocent victims that have been shot, all the things that people are looking away, let's just sweep it under the rug. People, we'll just suspend them with pay and everything else. Let's just have the taxpayers pay their fines instead of the police paying their own fucking fines. They should. Maybe they'll stop doing this shit. But it just seemed too kind of cutesy, like, cops are not all that bad. If you did the proper research, you will see that, yes, they are, motherfuckers. If you don't do that research, it's because you don't want to know, because ignorance is bliss. But the truth is out there. And so when these motherfuckers on the media act like, oh, no, bitches, fuck you. Oh, yeah. Look that shit up about, how many they get killed. Look, people like numbers. Look at the fucking numbers.
Yeah. No, Michelle, you're right. I keep saying, that they say, oh, it's just a few bad apples. That's garbage, because if there are good apples, all they're doing is protecting those bad apples. And they know exactly who the bad apples are, and they could go, you know what, you're going to do bad things and abuse power, and we can't allow you to do that, so you're dismissed from the police force, and we're going to put it on your permanent record so that other people who might consider you will know in advance that you're too dangerous to be on the police force. And they never, ever fucking do that.
Exactly, because, it's the simple thing of, tell me who your friends are and I'll tell you who you are. If you're not saying anything or calling them out because of what they're fucking doing, harassing, using that badge as, hey, whatever I say goes, because the president is allowing that. He's giving them the fucking authority to go ahead and do whatever you got to do. People got to respect the police, when they're going to people's yards, shooting innocent people. A guy had already, the one that I seen, there's a man that fucking, they were like, okay, freeze. He's on his own yard. He fucking lays down. They sit canine on his fucking leg.
Yeah.
And he's showing it. And he's just chomping away at his fucking calf. And they're telling that guy, you lay down.
Stop attacking my dog. Stop attacking my dog.
Yeah, who does that? And then they couldn't even get the fucking canine handler, couldn't even get the fucking dog off.
Yeah.
Or made it look like it, because damn well she knows how to get a dog off of it. But it was more entertaining watching him down there having to try to stand still while the dog fucking chews off your fucking leg.
Yeah.
And it's shit like that happens. But when other people get harassed, like they say, of a different race, oh, they live to tell about it. You got somebody, look what they did at the Capitol over there in Lansing, Michigan. They get to fucking see another day. Let that be brown or black people that ran into that fucking state house and fucking all ammoed up and shit like that. What do you think would have happened?
Meltdown.
What happened over there in North Dakota when that Standing Rock? It would have been the same fucking way. Let's bring out the military. Let's fucking give them a water cannon with some toxic shit in it so it can burn their fucking eyes. Rubber bullets. People that had no fucking weapons whatsoever.
Yeah.
It's like shooting fish in a pond. And it keeps fucking happening. So when I hear these stupid fucking things about, well, when I was a kid, I got in trouble for a bumper sticker. Shut the fuck up. You cannot compare yourself to what these people are going through, and they are still going through today. They're scared to even go out and do anything. That's the kind of life you fucking want? How hard is that to even be a black person or a brown person out there when everybody's looking at you like, ugh, fuck you, leave me alone, leave everybody alone. They say, I'm tired of this. Well, they all look alike. It's like, well, all white folks look alike too then. It's like, I'm sick and tired of these guys downplaying this shit and act like, well, if you would just fucking, obey their orders, if you would just, what? They're like, bang, bang, freeze.
Yeah.
How are you going to obey those orders?
Yeah, absolutely.
And having an excuse.
Right.
It's pathetic and it's disgusting if you fucking agree with that shit.
Yeah, I agree. There's no, I mean, look, you know how I call for the testing of the cops. They should be weekly tested for drugs, Michelle, and held to a higher standard, which means that if they're caught with any kind of drugs in their system, they're immediately suspended. And if it happens a second time, they go off the force and get prosecuted and blah blah blah. But I mean, they should be tested for steroids. Every single cop in the country should be immediately tested for steroids, because that shit fucks with every bit of you, and your brain does not work right on it, especially when it's charged with adrenaline. Go ahead.
Oh, fuck, you got that roid rage?
Yeah.
Where you think you're invincible and shit,
Right.
and fuck everybody, I'm correct?
Yeah.
Or you got into it with your wife at home, or you found out that your wife is cheating on you. Who do you think they're going to take it out on?
Right.
It's not going to be you. It may not even be me. But I know they're taking it out on somebody. And being the fact that they never hold them accountable to where they say, well, we're going to further investigate. Meanwhile, we're going to give them 2 weeks off paid. So where is the the real fucking damage? Where's the damage?
Yeah, no, those people aren't held accountable at all, Michelle.
Nah.
Yeah.
No, man. Fucking tell them, okay, you fucked up, but we investigate, but we know what you fucking did, but just go on vacation, lay low, maybe this will quiet down, and then we'll get the taxpayers to pay the family money. We'll put a price on that kid. Did he ever get arrested? We'll bring down the value of it. How good was he at school? We'll bring down the value of it, but don't worry about it. You ain't paying it. The fucking citizens are paying it. So you go and fucking thing, man. That's just disgusting.
Yeah.
So if I could fucking tell them you murdered somebody, and if they have to investigate you, then you know what? Put your badge and your gun on the fucking desk, and you ain't getting paid until we figure this shit out. And if you didn't do it, we'll give you back pay. But I sure as fucking gonna fucking pay you. Why would we agree with that? It's like an inside, thing.
Yeah.
They got the okay to be a dick because Trump said so.
Well, it's like not just Trump. They were just as bad under Obama, Michelle.
They've been bad.
Yes.
But now now they have even more of a reason to do it because they know that.
Right. He encourages them to be fucking even.
That's what I'm getting at.
Don't be nice. Don't be nice to those people. Don't be nice to them.
He's fanning the fucking flames, and that's where I'm like, they don't need to be fans. It's already out there, man. It's like you don't know what.
Possibly multiple times a day who it is they're there to fucking serve. That's all there is to it. And if the citizens have to do the explaining to them, that would be very unfortunate for everyone.
That part though, Mike. They forgot about that part of the protect and serve.
Well, they didn't forget about it. They said, yeah, that's not us. You're thinking of somebody else.
It's not about protecting us. I mean, you showed that video where that little 6-year-old got zip tied. Like, how is that little girl a danger to society? Thank you for protecting and serving me from a 6-year-old that was having a little problem at school. Like, are you fucking serious? That's where we are. That's the great fucking land of the United States, and that's the police. That's where they are. Like, something in your head didn't tell you it's not right to zip tie this 6-year-old little girl. Like, what is wrong with you mentally that you thought that was appropriate? Who does that? Just like when they tackled that 13-year-old girl. And even the cop couldn't even, the 13-year-old girl was stronger than that cop because he couldn't even put her in handcuffs. But I'm like, why are you body slamming a 13-year-old girl?
Yeah. I mean, and the reason is, Michelle, because they're not in control of their anger. Again, those people should be, the very first thing that should happen is they should be drug tested, and if they find any fucking controlled substance, bam, you're fired. Because you just hurt this person and you're all jacked up on some shit,
Yeah, scary thing is, though, even if they would drug test them and if they come out clean.
Right, no, I mean, they should still be an investigation and everything. I'm just saying that's step one of the investigation. Even after they're fired, there should still be an investigation and see if there's prosecution, if they can make a prosecution stick and stuff. When I say held to a higher standard, I mean everything held to a higher standard.
And that's why the whole system needs to change. Just like Kamala Harris, she was a prosecutor and she was withholding evidence just so she can keep a fucking victorious record. You know, it's like she had the evidence to free an innocent man in California and didn't fucking do it because, you know, fuck it. They had to force her.
She didn't do it because what the truth doesn't matter when it comes to the justice system in the United States. All that matters is fucking keeping the prisons filled to capacity.
Exactly. That's why now they're harassing kids even in school.
They've been harassing kids a long time, Michelle.
Oh, I know that.
Yeah.
I know that. But what I'm saying is that when people fucking are lighthearted about it, like, oh, you know, or just try to blow it off, it's just like, no, we've been going through that. But the thing is that they're not held accountable. What needs to do is the drastic measures. It's like, okay, from here on out, just like they tell us what to do, well, then we should be able to tell them. They're the ones protecting and serving us. So we should make the laws up to say, hey, from now on, if you fucking kill somebody, you're off with no fucking pay until we see if you did the right thing or you did not do the right thing. Body cams on all of these fucking cops.
Yeah, absolutely. All the cops should wear cameras all the time. They don't have the ability to turn them on and off.
And you know, and the thing is, on that, after, if we see that you are, it is your fault because you just got over anxious or you just whatever fucking reason, if you can't control yourself, you do not belong in the police department. You're supposed to have patience. You're supposed to have empathy. You're supposed to be looking out for us.
De-escalate. De-escalate. De-escalate.
You got, yeah, and you have the victims are the ones that are trying to de-escalate everything because they're coming in hot.
Yeah. Because cops just want to shoot everything and make it, and that'll be the end of it. We'll just shoot everybody, and that'll be the end of it.
I fucking just come out of the fucking car. I shot my shadow because, oh my God, they came up on me like that. You know,
dude.
Then you need to be a police officer.
Tamar Rice was in the park playing fucking cops and robbers with a toy gun, and they fucking pulled up on the scene and shot him in less than 2 seconds. He's a
yes, see, that's what I'm saying.
12-year-old boy. 12-year-old boy.
But see, and that's what I'm saying. If they would change the fucking law, they say if you fuck up, you don't get paid vacation. You get time off until we figure this shit out. And if you did do it, the taxpayers, I'm not gonna pay you for killing an innocent boy.
They said those cops didn't do anything wrong.
They should lose their fucking livelihood. Just the way you strip that family innocently of their fucking loved one because you fucked up, then what am I paying for you to get out of it and then you could just up and move somewhere else and it's just like it never happened?
How is it that you pieces of shit make the world a safer place? If your job is to make the community safer and you have the opposite effect, you need to be locked up because you're a danger to everyone. You certainly shouldn't have a gun.
Yeah, because there are no consequences for them.
Yeah.
You know, they laugh about it. You know, oh, hey, looks like you're getting paid vacation. All right, bro, yeah.
Yeah, no, that one cop that killed Mike Gardner, or what was Eric Gardner, he fucking, within like a couple of minutes after he killed him, after he choked him to death, the guy says, I can't breathe, and they won't get off of him and let him die. The cop fucking waves. There's someone filming him, and he waves to the camera and says, I'm going to Disneyland. Word for word.
Exactly.
He just murdered someone. He just sent someone to the afterlife, and he gets rewarded by going to Disneyland.
But see, it's those type of people that are more scarier than the people who are on fucking steroids. People like that already got the little taste of blood, and they like that shit. Those are the ones that I'm scared about.
Yes, you and that's the real problem. That's the real problem, Michelle. Is you know, once you get a taste for murder, you know, it becomes more and more appealing to you. What I've heard, and you know, these guys. I'm telling you, there are serial killers in our police force, in our FBI, in our whatever fucking paramilitary organization it is. Yeah. And there's serial killers in there, and they can't wait to kill their next person. And the good apples know who they fucking are, and it's disgusting.
Exactly. But these people, I mean, it makes you wonder, like, have they been bullies their whole life? Have they been, like, they have no control at home, so when they go out there, they want to show people who's boss? It's like shit like that they don't even think about looking into. You know, it's not just, oh, he's a good shooter, he's this and that. You know, let's check out his real skills. You know, let's see, you know, what kind of mind he has. Those are the things they don't have. All they do is go on 6 months, learn how to run, do your obstacle things. Fucking make sure you got more hours in the shooting range, though. We gotta fucking make sure we cover that. And it's already been said how KKK has infiltrated the police departments. And every time you turn around, there's another proof of maybe that's true. Maybe that's true. Maybe that's true. Motherfucker, it is true. They're killing fucking people. You got your New York fucking NYPD over there with a gang of fucking people. It's like, if there's any gang, there's a gang of blue. You show 4 of them walking up to a guy all giddy and everything. Ooh, let's fuck this guy up. And it's just like, you know, you feel good to bully on one person when they can't fight back because they know they're going to get fucking shot. So there you go, shooting fish in a fucking, you know, in a barrel. And then that makes you feel good. That makes you feel like a man, really? You little fucking small Peter motherfuckers. You know, it's not our fault you got a small dick that you got to go out there acting like you swinging something. You ain't swinging shit. You know, and that's why they get mad and take it out on everybody. But until the law fucking changes, is what I'm saying. It should be drastic. We should have that right to be able to fucking walk around and do whatever the fuck we want to do. You know, we shouldn't be scared about, oh my God, you know, this cop is looking at me, and then almost have a nervous breakdown.
We shouldn't be afraid. We shouldn't have to be looking over our shoulder all the time to see if there's some fucking cop or some fucking narc, you know, waiting to fuck up our world, man. I mean, that is not the land of the free, people.
No, we need police officers that have self-control, and we don't have that. It's like, you know what, we don't have to worry about even, I mean, you got fucking 400-pound cops and shit. You think they're going to chase somebody? They're going to shoot you. They're not going to chase you. That's why they have them on the force. They should be fit and everything to where if you can't chase them down, then you'll get them another day. You don't just fucking, oh, I'm not letting this one go. If he didn't fucking do anything and you just fucking are chasing them just to be an asshole, why are you hunting them down? And that's what they're doing. I mean, like I said, it's always been like that. It just pisses me off.
It's like with this guy. It's like with the guy emptying his truck or his van right there in front of his home, you know, from his daily work, and the cop comes up and puts him in handcuffs in front of his home, and he's not doing anything, and all the cop has to do is interact with him for like 60 seconds, and he can tell, well, this guy apparently is no threat to me. You know, but instead of fucking trying, he immediately, that person's a threat. And you know what? If you're a threat, then the cop is afraid. And you know what happens when cops are afraid? People die.
Yeah. Either that or there'll be another prisoner for profit, you know, for those private prisons. There you go. We got another one for you. We can let the courts deal with it. You know, either way, they're going to have to pay some kind of fucking money because it's like, okay, well, you didn't do anything, but we're still going to give you tickets for resisting arrest. How are you resisting arrest if you didn't fucking do anything to begin with?
Yeah.
You know, it's not resisting arrest. The thing is, it's like, let's have a conversation. Why are you arresting me? You'll fucking deal with it down at the police station. No, motherfucker, why are you arresting me? I don't want to hear it, motherfucker. Lock them up. Lock them up.
Yeah.
And it's just like, that's the mentality. That's the mentality. And so when they keep saying on the news and everything, oh, you know, and then fucking Gail, shut the fuck up, Gail. We need to have a conversation. Bitch, she, out of all people, being of color, should know about these conversations that have been going on, but nothing gets done.
If she wanted to have a conversation, she could get millions of people on the internet and do a live thing on television, having this really important discussion about fucking, you know, racism in police. And she refused. I mean, she has that option and does not do it. She doesn't even need the television network. She could just get millions of people on the internet and have the discussion, and it would be fucking legendary. And she chooses not to. Not because she doesn't have the ability, because it's better for her career.
There you go.
Yeah.
Right there. She don't want to cause no fucking waves. She knows it's a bad thing.
She knows who signs her paycheck.
Yes, and that's what she's worried about. So don't go up there acting.
It's not the police. It's not the people.
Yeah, and that's what pisses me off. It's like everybody sees what's going on, And like I said, you just do your research on, police brutality or whatever. You'll see the majority of who they are. And if you don't, well, then that's on you. Then there's no hope for you. All you're going to believe is this not true. Okay, if that's what you believe, then we don't need to be fucking, talking if that's what you believe.
Yeah.
Because I'm against that 100%. I don't agree with anybody being harassed by any fucking buddy. And especially people that aren't fucking doing anything. Well,
especially if you're being profiled, Michelle. I mean,
that's what they have been.
Yeah, it's
they
just not right. Yeah, I've been profiled lots of times, Michelle. I know got
the thing that you don't get that vibe though. What they do of the everyday thing because of history here in America, Mike, it's different.
Mm-hmm.
I'll get harassed or somebody else will get harassed, a white person will get harassed, but them knowing from, just like when you talk to your grandparents of what they've gone through, and then they'll say what their parents have gone through, you learn your history, and that tends to scare the shit out of you because we know what this America has always been about. So don't act like, oh, I've been harassed too. You don't walk around scared because of the color of your skin though, Mike. Maybe it's because, oh, you look like a fucking Harley rider or something. Maybe he's going to cause trouble. Whatever, but it's not the same as, people look at you like, yeah, okay, whatever, he's a Harley guy. People look at black people and think automatically that's a criminal. You don't get that.
I was born this way too, Michelle. I was born this way too.
And that's what I'm saying, and they are too, but the fact is it's out of proportion of what's going on with them. I'm not saying that it's right that you got harassed too, but what I'm saying is that when you guys try to compare that we're all in a league.
Look, Michelle, I hear fucking Barack Obama say, oh, when I go through a department store, I've had a detective follow me. I can't walk through a fucking Macy's or whatever and not have some fucking dickhole follow me around. I mean, so, yeah, it's different, but it's kind of the same too. I get the shit too, Michelle. Okay, it's not fair. You're acting like somehow it's fair that they do it to me, but not to them.
No.
And I hear what you're saying. You're saying they get it day and night everywhere they go. So do I, Michelle.
Yeah, but Mike is different for the way they're dealt with. You live to say and talk about it another day. They may not.
Yeah, well, I may not too. I mean, the way things are, cops shoot whoever they want, Michelle. What's that?
Mike, I don't think it's right either way what the fuck they do. All I'm saying is that the things that I see, it's like if it was a Caucasian person, they had more calm and cool. It shows, it's proven every time you fucking turn around and see it. Look at the protests that's been going on in Lansing, Michigan. Look how calm they were. They walked into the state with the fucking, the AK, everything.
I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't think it's right anywhere. I don't think it's right anywhere. Any kind of discrimination, period.
It's just like I said, the profiling is not right, Michelle. Anybody, if you have this profiling in your head where you program and that's how you're going to react, this is another thing that they should be testing cops for. If you respond with this, then you shouldn't be a cop. Boom.
And that's what I'm saying. I don't fucking like it when they do it to anybody.
Yeah.
I'm not making it look like, okay, for what you gone through, like, pissed off. No, I'm not like that.
No, I know.
Everybody on the level field. What fucking triggered me was Gail talking about, this is a fucking national conversation, or we need to talk about this. And then we'll go acting like, oh, okay, well, let's compare what they were just talking about to a bumper sticker. That's why I was just like, man. And then my phone kept going on and off, and I'm like, bitch, God damn it. But no, I don't like that for any race at all, anybody across the fucking world, everywhere, man. I'm not for that shit. What I'm saying is that if they really gave a fuck, then they would change the fucking laws. Don't approach somebody unless you see them that fucking actually did something wrong. How are you hunting people down because, well, it was a suspicion because, maybe.
Yeah, no, Michelle, they've literally come up to me and said, you matched the description of someone we're looking for. Fuck you.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. And it's just like, fuck you. You just want to know who I am and whatever, but it's none of your goddamn business. It's the same way across the board. That's why I tell you. But the majority of people will get out and, live to tell the story. a lot of, poor innocent people don't get that chance. And until they change the laws for the cops to fucking be held accountable, for them to say, if you fuck it up, you're not going to Disneyland, motherfucker.
Yeah, Michelle.
I don't give a fuck how you get paid.
Look, Michelle, I've talked about this again and again. You know I have. I've said, and I've explained to people, this is one of the worst parts of this whole thing, is that when cops kill someone, and it's like completely the wrong person, they had nothing, there was, they're just way out of line, and they get like some big $4 million settlement or something.
Yeah.
What's really bad is that, you have to sign a contract that says, to get the money, you have to sign a contract that says the police did nothing wrong.
Right.
And every one of those things, and this is the problem, is that if they did nothing wrong, then that means nothing has to change.
Right.
So,
Well, get mad about that shit, because it's like, you know what? They should fucking have to figure it out. They should lose everything. Lose your house, lose your livelihood, lose everything. Just like you take an innocent life, why should you keep going around living or go to another county and God forbid you kill somebody else? Why is that okay? It's just the society.
It's not okay, Michelle. And and the thing is that there's no like federal database that keeps track of these cops who kill people, right? That's a big part of why they can go to another place and get another job so easily, because they can't look them up in a database and go, oh yeah, he murdered this guy. Unless they were actually go to trial and shit, which they almost never, ever, 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 ever do.
Exactly, and that's why it's like so many fucking things happen, and the only difference is, yes, it's been happening forevermore, but now with this technology we have, it's in your face. And so that's why a lot of people are like, oh my gosh, it's really happening. It's like it's been happening, but now it's in your face because now you see it. People are videotaping this shit. Everything you see is just like, it's
right.
live.
Everybody's got a camera now, so.
Yeah, and that's what makes it to where it's just like, how is this okay? And when you got fucking media bitches like that talking about, well, we're going to have to talk about this. And she knows, just like we all know, this has been going on. And as long as you go ahead and say it's okay to do it, of course they're going to fucking do it. Hell, they're going to turn it up another level if they can. Because that may be what they thrive on. They may love that shit. Let's go hunting. Let's go do this. Let's go do that. Maybe a mental thing in their part. It may be just something that they were raised. They were raised not to like anybody that doesn't look like you and whatever. Those are not the people that are supposed to be protecting us and serving us. Instead, they're going out of their way to look for trouble. Like you said, that guy with the mask in the van, why didn't you have a conversation with him?
He seemed like a really nice guy. Like, all you have to do is talk to him for 60 seconds, and you go like, this guy's no fucking trouble to anybody.
And instead, just, fuck it, we'll figure it out later, because he can still go home to his family. The cop don't give a shit. It's just like, it's something he's going to have to deal with. And, of course, they're going to make money out of it, because one way or another, you are going to pay a fine for some bullshit they come up with. And it's always going to be either resisting arrest, failure to comply, bitch, when you're tasering me and you're telling me to hold still, I really can't, but I gotta get a ticket for that. Like, dude, I don't know. It's pretty fucked up.
No, Michelle, you're right. I mean, anything they can get you for, they will. They'll steal the fucking money that's in your pocket.
Yeah. Oh yeah, hell yeah. And that's why I say I don't fucking condone it on any fucking race. It's just like, let's just not water it down. And that's what that bitch was doing, trying to water it down. Like, we need to talk about this. Like, bitch, this has been happening. Maybe it's not hit your fucking area, the suburbs, wherever you live.
Oh, yeah, no, I hate those. The problem is that, again, Michelle, she said, we need to have a discussion about this. Well, you have the motherfucking platform. You're the ones with the millions of people tuning into your show. Let's have the discussion, and instead we go to commercial break and never talk about it again.
Exactly. And that's why I enjoy having a conversation with you, because we can actually have a conversation about what the hell is going on instead of just, well, I got to be careful because, my sponsors are telling me that I can't say this. So, Mike, I really want to say this, but I can't. It's like either you're going to fucking be up there and act like you care about the people and speak your mind, or just shut the fuck up. Right. Just shut the fuck up and quit pretending.
Quit pretending, Michelle. I'm telling you, man. Because who the fuck believes it? Again, like I say, we want to like these people. You look at them and think, wow, seems like a nice person and blah blah blah. But there's only so many times, right? Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, whatever. Shame on you.
You can't fool me.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean,
exactly.
it's like I just they are horrible human beings, and they just expect us to eat their bullshit up all day, every day, and
Go ahead. I just want to make it loud and clear, Mike. I don't approve of any kind of fucking police going over and above what the fuck we expect them to do to anybody. I don't appreciate them violating anybody's fucking rights.
Well, Michelle, the thing is about police is that they should treat every human being with respect. Like I said, they should have walked up that cop, that piece of shit cop, should have walked up to that gentleman and said, "Excuse me, sir, how are you today? I'm just stopping to check and make sure everything is okay," and have a fucking 60-second conversation, and you could see that he wasn't a threat to anyone. But instead he walks up as if he's a fucking threat, and I'm gonna lock him down. And of course somebody might respond negatively like to that. So in getting handcuffs put on them in front of their own house, not doing a fucking thing wrong, and then if they do respond negatively, boom boom, okay, that was taken care of.
And you know what? And that's what I'm saying. That's why I don't approve it for anybody, because even you. Like, you get harassed because you're going through a store, they're looking at you and whatever. It's like you could have a fucking bad cop, too, that just fucking is having a bad day.
Absolutely.
That's why I don't like it for anybody to have to go through this shit.
No, this isn't supposed to be what... It's not fair. Again, like I keep saying, the people deserve better. The working class people, the last thing we need on top of fucking just, trying to get through the world is some fucking cop. Staring over our shoulder, like waiting for us to color out a line. Fuck you, and fuck your fucking you fucking piece of shit. I don't need it. Get away from me.
Nobody needs that shit.
Yeah.
Nobody needs that shit. They're supposed to be here. The less you do, that means the safer we all are. But you guys are the ones that are starting it. Like you said, like when they come and they're supposed to calm everybody down, de-escalate everything.
Right.
It's like you see videos to where the person that's getting pulled over, they're the ones trying to calm the cops down. Who does that?
Yeah.
Something is very wrong and very terrifying about that. And that's why I feel like, unless things really change, and like you said, she has a platform. She can fucking talk about it. People will listen. All she got to do is call her lesbian lover Oprah, and then she can fucking, go on that Oprah Live. Everybody's going to fucking tune in. But do they do that shit? No. No, instead they're back there fucking...
Right, yeah, go on Oprah and us have an hour-long discussion with her heartfelt audience.
Everybody would watch Oprah because Oprah, ooh, fuck her too.
Whatever, I don't care. Oprah's a great place. She has a huge audience. I mean, that would be an ideal place to do it.
I dare them to do that shit.
Yeah.
I dare them to do that.
Yeah, why doesn't Oprah have that conversation every fucking day until some change happens? And you know why? Because Oprah doesn't want there to be change.
And that's what pisses me off, Mike, because everybody wants to have a conversation about it. We all know what's going on, okay? So now let's get some reaction. How are we going to fix it? That's what I want you to tell me. I don't want to hear about what's going on. I can see that shit for myself. What I want to know is, how are you going to do to correct this?
Yeah, I told you. We start with drug testing.
Yeah.
That's step one.
And that's why I'm tired of these fake-ass motherfuckers acting like they care, when it's like, no, give me a remedy, bitch. Talk about a remedy. I don't want to hear about what they've been doing. We all know what they're doing. We all know. But tell me what you guys are going to do about it, that you guys are so worried about it. You guys are the movers and shakers. Fuckers, shake it up. Shake it up. Nah. It's just like, oh, it's a bad thing. It's a bad thing. Now, let's talk about Justin Bieber. And I just said that because of the song. And that's what pisses me off. Because, they'll be giving us that fake fucking, crocodile tears. Woo, woo, woo. Fuck you. Shut the fuck up. You know, everybody knows what the hell's going on. And it just triggered me because I'm just sort of like, you know, I just didn't want it to be downplayed as to it's just as simple as something, you know, like a sticker or whatever. It's bad all across the board, you know. But when you keep seeing shit like that, it's almost like people are getting insensitive to that because you see it on a daily basis of how the police are doing people wrong, and you almost get desensitized to it.
Yeah.
And then now it's like the problems that we have with our government, they fuck up left and right. It's almost like you're desensitized, like, yeah, they're gonna fuck up. It sounds about right. It's just like, no, don't get used to it. Don't get comfortable. You know, we shouldn't get comfortable. And that's why when people go on the fucking media and want to fucking act like, oh man, this ain't right. This ain't right. No, I don't want to hear the conversation. The conversations have been had. Let's make a change. Like you said, let's make a change. What are we going to do about it? Nothing.
Immediate drug testing.
They don't
That's
care.
step one, man.
They don't give a shit. You know, but it's another thing, again, of what the media's been doing. You know, first they say your dogs are going to fuck you up, your cats, the goddamn grasshoppers, or the fucking whatever.
Yep.
And now today it's going to be wearing a mask while black. Let's just get everybody. Let's just get everybody scared of this and that. And just, you know, it's just like, oh my God, these guys are relentless.
It is. It's just fear, fear, fear. You have to be afraid of everything. And that's part of the programming. You know, that's part of the problem with the cops is that they act like it's legitimate to be afraid, man. It's not fucking legitimate to walk around heavily armed and be fucking terrified for your life. That is not a legitimate thing. If you are terrified for your life, you should not be walking around heavily armed. I'm telling you right now.
I'll tell you what, I seen a middle school kid that has done more action than anything. His friend is black, and it was him and 3 other people, you know, the same race and shit. They were all just walking home from school and shit. All of a sudden, this cop fucking beeline for the black kid. And his friends like telling the cop, "What are you doing? What are you doing? Leave him alone. He didn't do nothing. What are you doing?" And all fucking 3 of the white kids fucking stepped up to that cop and said, "Leave him alone. Leave him alone." They stepped up, and the cop was like, "Okay." He actually backed down because these kids were so fucking pissed off of what they were doing to their black friend. It's like if we could get that instead of this division that we have, that could help. That can change everything.
Yeah, was that a video, Michelle?
Huh?
Is that a video?
Yeah, it's a video that I had seen. It's been a few months. But yeah, and he does. And that cop even had that little black kid on that's the patrol car, and his friends are just all like, "What are you doing? Leave him alone, man. What are you doing? We're just getting
See, that's what should happen more.
Stay out of it.
Yeah.
Stay out of it.
Yeah,
and the boys were like, "No, we're not staying out of it." And then he ended up, the kid got to walk home with his friends.
Yeah. It should be the choice between either you get off this innocent person who's done nothing wrong, or we're gonna kick you in the motherfucking face or the balls or whatever. We're gonna kick you in the fucking balls, you piece of shit.
But it was a blessing that the kid was with his white friends to be able to de-escalate this cop, because this cop came out like coming out fucking hot, like he was just mad of the kid's distance.
Yeah.
And his friends, man, they were fucking heroes, man, because they stood up to him. They're just like, "Hey, what are you doing, man?" And like, we all been together the whole fucking day. He didn't do nothing wrong. What are you doing, you know?
Yeah.
And finally, he escalated it. And it's just almost like, okay, if you know that you can de-escalate something, when you see something bad happening, fucking, hey, you know, talk to the cop and be all like, "Dude, like, come on, really? You know, step up. Don't be quiet, but don't get yourself in danger either." You know what I'm saying? But the thing is that the kids that did that, and I was just like, you know, there is hope. Not everybody is bad. You know, not everybody is bad. But if
no,
you're
Michelle, the people
Mm-hmm.
aren't bad. It's the people who have the power. Okay?
Yeah.
They despise us. They despise our freedom. Our freedom is a threat to them. Anyone who sees, you know, the individual's freedom or personal rights as a threat is a danger to all of us, because that's just plain stupid.
Yeah. That's where, you know, it's the abuse of power is what it is. You know, the cops automatically, "Ooh, I got a badge. What I say goes. I'm the boss." It's like, that's not why we have police officers, people. It's to keep everybody in perfect harmony, not to us to be against you. You know, and if you are that good cop, then step up. because it's making you look bad too.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just like, where is your conscience? You know, and I understand that. The fucking blue line, they all stick together and shit like that. So, who's gonna change it, or is this just what we're all gonna be?
It's just like the criminals, man. The criminals have a code of silence or whatever, right? They always talk about the cops' code of silence is way worse than the criminals. Criminals will rat you out in a second if they think they're gonna get some time off, Fucking the cops won't say a fucking word, dude.
Yeah, and you know what? And that's what makes them more dangerous than a regular thug, because the police has the government behind them. What do they got?
Right. They can get away with it. And they do. That's what I'm saying. There's, about serial killers inside the police force. It's disgusting. It's disgusting.
Yep, they got the resources for that shit.
Yeah.
That's what, like, man, just fuck, It's like they get us where how much they pay us, when we work. And then now they get us because we're walking a dog and not doing anything. But when I see a cop, I'm going to be like, I'm going to have a stress attack. No, in this country, that should not be happening.
Right. I mean, you should see a cop and it'd be like, hey, what's up, man? Just like anybody else in the neighborhood, right?
Yeah, I grew up in a town like that. We only had one police officer, and that motherfucker was like 60 years old. Oh, yeah, it was such a small fucking town. He was just all like, shit, you guys don't kill nobody, I'm good. And he always pulled up to us, as kids and everything, and talked to us, and we were like, fuck yeah, man, this guy is so cool.
Right on.
Like, he ain't bullying us because we're not doing shit, And it's like, that's what the police should do. It's like, but when we needed something, or we need the police, he's right there. Like, hey, what can I do? What's going on? Like, he was there to help, not there to fucking take a motherfucker down. He's like, he had the best heart and just had the best intentions. And it's been lost throughout these decades. It's been lost, And it's a damn shame, because I do have respect for the police, but if you're going to be in a fucking, place to where you can do the right thing and say exactly what you've seen and not be forced out of you, then I'll respect you. But shit, that cop, man, oh my God, that I grew up with, oh my God, I would do anything for that guy, It's like, if he was getting harassed by somebody, because like I said, he was an old cop.
Yeah.
If he was getting harassed, we all would jump in and be all like, what the fuck? You come from out of town, like, nobody fucking knows you here. Get the fuck out of here. And the cop would be like, oh, thanks. He's like, but I had it in control. We're like, yeah, we know, Roger. And it's just like, but no, fuck that. Ain't nobody going to come here and fuck with our cops. Because we're like, man, if they get rid of this cop, we're going to get a fucked up cop.
Yeah, no doubt. No, that guy sounds awesome, dude. That sounds like a really good guy to have around, especially if you're growing up, especially if you're growing up.
Yeah. Shit, super cool, man. Always waving, always smiling, always happy. Just, how y'all kids doing and whatever, and just, okay, if you need me, you know where I'm at, and just real cool, man.
Yeah,
and that's sad of what we are now. Like, geez, man.
Yeah, everybody's afraid. It's horrible being afraid of the cops, Michelle. It's not the way it's supposed to be. They're supposed to be like the guy that saves us when everything is going wrong. We can't, and we don't get a chance to look forward to them. And I've said again and again, Michelle, we want cops that we can look at like they're heroes. That's what we really want. I mean, everybody wants that. Every black mom in America wishes that she could look at the cops like they're fucking heroes. And it's just really fucking sad that that's not the fact.
Now we know you got our back. We know you got our back. Good looking.
Yeah.
There are some good ones out there, That's why I'm like, but the thing is like the dog that barks louder, gets the attention. The squeaky wheel bit, they get the attention. That's why when bad cops do that, it's out there. So you don't see what good cops are doing. But it's like, fuck, they need to show that shit too. But they don't do it because, you got that fear factor going on. Like, ugh.
Well, this thing with the fear in the cops is just not right, Michelle. If you're afraid, you have no business being a cop. Okay? There's just you picked the wrong job. Go find a different career. Okay, yeah. And if you come to me and you say, "Oh, I killed him because I was afraid," fuck you. That doesn't, you think he was afraid of you? Did he kill you? No, he didn't. Did he? No, I bet he was terrified of you when you were pointing the gun at him and then fucking pulled the trigger and murdered him. Okay.
Right. Yeah, it's like he put his hands up. And they're like, well, why did he put his hands up? Because I ordered him. Then why did you shoot him? Oh.
I was scared. Not I don't know. I feared for my life.
We don't
Every
need that.
time.
You know, we don't need that. And that's why I'm like, we deserve better. We deserve better, man.
Yeah.
I mean, can you imagine all the money that we could be using for infrastructure instead of paying for these motherfuckers' bills, their fines, the lawsuit wins, you know? Because that's us paying that shit. It's not them. And that's why I'm like, man, you know, when are people going to understand that, look, if we got good cops out there, you're going to be like, when you see them, hey, how you all doing? You know, you want to come over, give them, you know, a glass of fucking lemonade, whatever, shit, just be like, hey, you know, cool. Just, you know, give them a chance to come out and stretch out and fucking talk to them on your lawn and everything. Like, hey, what's up, dude? You know, and it's all good. And all right, see you later. You know, I want to be able to respect police like that. And it should be like that because they're supposed to be protecting and serving us. I don't want to be having to look for, okay, well, then who's going to protect us from them? And that's the mentality right now because it's happening so often and it's being condoned because there's no laws that are changing. Let's just have a conversation, but let's leave it alone. You know, we don't want to touch that. Well, why not? Oh, because your kids in the suburbs aren't fucking victims. Is that why? You know, it's pretty easy to fucking act like, you know, we care about people, but when your kids are in the right neighborhoods, going through the right fucking schools and everything else, you know their kids aren't being harassed, jailed, you know, harassed.
Yeah.
Like, you know, my God, I had to talk to my kid about the bandana, you know, and shit like that because of what's happening. Okay, then you do know what's going on. So why aren't you talking about it then? Why aren't you fucking saying things have to change? We need something that's better for the people. You know, we Americans should not be living like that out of fear. I mean, when the United States gets put on a list that says the most dangerous places to go if you're of color, don't go to the United States of America.
Yeah.
We're in big trouble. We're in big trouble, man. That's how they look at us. And we're not like that, you know? We're not like that at all.
The people aren't like that, Michelle.
No, man.
Yeah.
We're all living people that just want to fucking live our lives and just be happy. Just leave us alone.
We want everybody to do well.
Yeah, nobody wants to be harassed. It's just like, leave us be. You know, if I need you, then I'll call you. But if I don't need you, that means we're okay. Don't go around talking about, well, you look suspicious. Let me just pull over for the fuck of it and get this guy. Like, what? What are you doing?
Yeah.
What are you doing? You know? And meanwhile, you know, why don't you investigate murders that are really happening, not by police, but from other people that are killing each other? Why don't you go and investigate that shit? Why don't you look out for those kind of fucking people? Why are you looking at somebody who's going to go to the grocery store in the middle of the day and just mind their own business, just go in there for food, just like anybody else would? What? Why did you get triggered? You know, that's like, you know, we don't need police officers that are just going to get mad just at the pure sight of somebody.
Yeah.
You know, that's dangerous as fuck.
I agree, Michelle. That's got to be stopped immediately.
Yeah, it's just sad. It's just sad, and this is very fucking enraging only for the fact that when she said, you know, that just blasted me. We got to have a conversation, girl. Come on. Of all people, you're going to say that to us, really? Like, ooh, man, I wanted to slap it through the screen, man. Shit. Ugh. So dumb.
You know, she's one of them, you know?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. For sure. Absolutely.
Yeah.
And like you said, doesn't want to cause any waves, man. She just wants to keep her life the way it is. It's like, I care, but I don't care enough to do something about it. But just know I care.
Her job isn't to cause waves for the wrong people, Michelle.
No, none of them are. They're all in the same fucking boat.
Yeah.
That's what I'm like, you know, trying to reach out to the people like you know, we deserve better, don't we? It's like, come on, people. Yeah. Realize what's going on. Because if they can do it, like I said, if they can do it for anybody just because of their skin color, they're going to fucking do it to you as well. It's going to be the same shit. Whether you get it done, you know, to you, get harassed once, twice, 3 times, it doesn't fucking matter. None of that should be allowed.
Yeah.
None of that.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not calling you police, and that means everything's okay. So just go by and wave. Hi. Don't look at me like, what is she up to? Look at me like I'm planting a flower. Okay?
Yeah.
You know, look at me like that because I'm not doing nothing. You know, don't be so suspicious. It's like they're looking at us like everyone is a criminal.
Right. That's the problem,
like,
Michelle.
No.
And the problem, and that's the real problem is there's so many laws now. You know, that they could make any of us a criminal for anything.
Exactly.
And they have the ability to fucking drop drugs on us or whatever. And a lot of them have done that forever and been caught at doing that again and again too.
Yeah, I've seen that shit too.
Yeah.
I know. That's what I'm saying. They can do whatever they want to us, and that's why I say, unless you're calling them for help, then they should be like, okay, everybody's cool, everybody's calm, everybody, okay, let's just drive along just so you know that we are here in case you need us. I don't want to feel like you're around because you're looking to put something on me. You know, I want to be able to fucking do it just like, you know, we should be allowed to. We're taxpayers. We're the ones that are paying for the police, you know, because that's a socialist program. So we are paying for them, you know, to be police officers. However, I wouldn't suggest you say, you know what, pay for your fucking paycheck. You know, you ain't got to do all that, especially knowing how hostile they get. But just that simple fact right there should say, just like our politicians, we need people out there who are going to protect and serve us and help us out because we can't make the laws. They do that shit. So shouldn't we deserve the right thing to where all the police officers are going to be like, hey, if nothing's going on, nothing's going on. You know, just be like that. And the fucking representatives should be all like, okay, everybody's fucking having a hard time. You can see that shit unless you're out of touch like they are or just don't care. And say, okay, we got to do something about this minimum wage instead of back in the fucking 1980s still fucking minimum wage. Like, oh my God, you don't think prices go up? You know, it's like everybody's bills go up, but their paycheck stays the same, and you don't understand that that's hard. That's why we need people there to represent us, to protect us, and to serve us. Now, when you talk to a police officer, you're here to serve us. They take offense to that, and it's like it's not about serving us lunch. It's about being there for us. That's how you look out for us.
It's about protecting our rights. You're not there. You know, people talk about respect and shit, you know, Michelle. And if you really want someone to respect you, you know the easiest way to make that happen is you show respect to them.
Oh my God, you're the first one in a long time that I've heard actually put it that way. Because nowadays people got the mentality, if you respect me, I respect you. No, it works the way you said it.
Yeah.
I will show you respect.
Yeah.
And you know, and I want the same in return. But the minute you disrespect me, that's when, okay, then I'm not going to respect you anymore. But it's not about, well, you got to earn it. No, I'm going to give it to you because of the kindness of my heart. I feel like I'm hanging out with you, so I am going to respect you.
I'm gonna give it to you because every person deserves that benefit of the doubt to be respected. Yeah. Why wouldn't I want to respect you from the start? You know, why wouldn't I want to? Because I have some inferiority complex inside of me that has to put you down to a level below me so that I can believe that somehow my life that I hate so fucking much is actually better than yours, so I'm not that bad? Fuck, give me a break. What's wrong with you?
And that's the mentality that a lot of folks have nowadays. And it's just like, that's not the way it goes, you know? Caught my nephew fucking saying at that one time, I'm going to show them respect when they fucking earn it. I said, no, you give them respect until they fucking defy it. And then you fucking say, hey, at least I put my fucking, you know, I put my foot forward to say, hey, you know, I respect you. You know, you respect me. We'll leave it like that. Yeah, How are they supposed to earn your respect when they don't know a fucking thing about you? You just do it.
Well, basically, Michelle, basically, you kind of like treat basically everyone kind of like a friend until they show you that's not what they should be treated like, you know?
And it's just about being fucking, it's just being a human being, being civilized, man. It's being civilized.
Yeah.
I'm not going to look at you and fucking be all like, bitch, respect me. I don't even know.
That's like Donald Trump, you know? Donald Trump, they always talk about Trump, they say that he demands loyalty, right? Donald Trump is obsessed with loyalty. And you know why Donald Trump is obsessed with loyalty? Because he's not a person that you can respect. So he doesn't care about you respecting him. What they care about is that you don't say any shit behind his back. You know, that you know, what he says is the gospel, you know. Fuck your respect.
That's just him being a narcissist where he thinks everything he says, it's it's Bible.
Well, no, he's just not. He's not a respectable human being. You can't look. Especially if you're around him and you see him lie, and you see him lie to this person, and then you see him talking to a different person about the same exact thing 2 minutes later, and choosing to lie to that person too, but in a completely different way. And he's like, and then and he knows what the truth is, and he's choosing to lie, and there's no reason to lie, and he still chooses to lie. And so Donald Trump is a completely not respectable person, but you can give him your loyalty. I promise you, I can pledge my loyalty to you, but not my respect. I mean, it doesn't work that way. That's why he's so big on loyalty.
Yeah, because he has to make people be loyal to him, man, because he has no substance about himself.
Because of this thing where he fucking lies about everything. Because he tells bullshit over here and bullshit over here. And they say, well, Donald Trump, blah, blah, blah. And they say, oh yeah, whatever Donald said is the gospel, man. That's all there is to it.
He's always looking at everybody that is up there. Like anytime they have these, the task force meetings or whatever, anybody that's behind him, they're all praising him. Thank you for your thank you because of you, Mr. President, because we are able to shit at night at home and everything. God bless you, Trump. You are the best thing that's ever happened. And Trump's there like, damn right. You better fucking praise me. And it's just like, okay, who does that shit other than a person not worthy of your respect?
It's not only that, he praises himself constantly, Michelle. It's bad enough he's got nothing but yes men around him. Then he does the same exact thing to himself.
Because he always said, and you know what, and he didn't lie though when he said that he has the best people around him because he's going to treat being a president just like a business. And he's doing it. He surrounded himself with nothing but yes men, with nobody that has balls to say, well, it's not going to look good because they're fucking cashing in, man. So who's going to tell him that he's doing the wrong thing? But to come up to somebody and say, no, you will respect me, is because you're not worthy, because you're not capable of earning someone's respect, because frankly, you don't give a fuck. You rather not put in the work to have somebody, to gain somebody's respect. You'd rather say, it's quicker this way when I say, hey, when I say jump, like you said, they're already jumping. Don't even give a fuck how high I'm jumping. Let me know if I need to go higher, but I'm on it. It's like, you have no substance, you get no respect. But with me, with somebody like anybody, an average person who's fucking civilized is going to be like, no, I'm going to show you respect because I'm not going to come at you hot and heavy. I'm going to show you respect, and I'm just going to, until I figure out who you are, I'm going to keep that. Okay, we're cool. But the minute you turn around and disrespect me, whether you fuck me over, whichever way, then that's when I lose respect. But you know what? You did have it. But if you're, it's up to you if you want to keep it.
Yeah, you can tell right away. I mean, it's like I say, treat everybody like a friend. I walk through my neighborhood, Michelle, and I wave and smile and say hello to everyone. And there's people who just turn away. Not a lot of them. But they're there, and it's always odd. It's always like, what are you doing? Why are you? But that comes back to this profiling thing, probably, where they see me and they go, oh, that guy doesn't belong in our neighborhood,
Back in the day, everybody would smile and say hi to each other. Like when I was growing up, you're driving by, somebody passes you in a car, whatever, they're always waving.
Yeah.
You're driving by a neighborhood, somebody's out, you wave, hi, wave.
Yeah.
When I moved over here to fucking Texas, I was waving and people were looking at me like I was flipping them off.
Wow.
And I was like, what is wrong with these people here?
Yeah.
But just if you're making eye contact, I'm gonna wave.
Yeah.
And if you don't want me to wave, then you know what, fucker, don't look at me.
My friend, I always talk about my friend Sam, right? And he'll sit. If he's not driving, he'll sit in the passenger side, and he'll roll down the window, and he'll just wave at everybody, man, and just like, hi. and he's one of the smartest fuckers you're ever gonna meet.
And there's nothing wrong with that. That's why when I came here first, I was just all like, man, people are so fucking angry here. Like, what's up with this shit? And it's almost like people would kind of look at you sideways and everything else, and I'm just like, okay, whatever. But it's just like you can see the difference of, how people that are already fucking hardened and then other people that wave, and they're just like, usually little old ladies or whatever waving. I'm just like, oh yeah, old school, you all know how it was. Everybody waved to each other, be civilized, you know?
Yeah.
It's just like the way it should be.
Well,
Everybody just be happy.
look,
It's like, goddamn, just let us live our lives without this extra shit,
yeah.
man.
Well, some of these people, sometimes somebody new will move into the neighborhood, and I'm like, hey, and they give me dirty looks, and all I can think, is like, why did you choose this neighborhood to move into, Michelle? And the reason is because it seemed like a nice, friendly neighborhood, and you're making it less friendly. Good plan. What a fucking asshole, get away from me.
And you know what? And it still shouldn't change you. Just like me, I still wave even to this day.
Yeah.
If you make contact with me, I'll wave.
Well, it's really funny because then a few months later, those people will be waving at me, Michelle? Yeah.
Because don't let it change you. No matter how they are, people are so much to where they don't give a shit about nothing unless they see it on the phone. Okay, whatever. I'm still about, being civilized and just being friendly, being friendly. And if I see it, I've done it many times where if I see an old lady that has a fucking grocery full of food and everything that they're trying to, put in their car, I'll fucking wait. I'll put my shit on hold and I go over there. Can I help you? And I load, I don't know how many, old people's grocery store, groceries into their vehicles and whatnot, because I know it's hard for them.
Yeah.
And why not do it?
Yeah.
Why not do it? You get that smile on their face and they're just like, oh, sweetheart, it's been a long time since anyone's had offered me help. And I was like, well, I wish I could be here every time you're shopping because I would do it for you every time.
Yeah.
And they're just, oh, God bless you. Damn right. Bless the fucking people.
Sometimes I see old ladies in the grocery store and they're like looking at a top shelf. Like they wish they could reach that. I'm like, do you need help with something? Like, no problem. Let me get it for you.
And then when you grab it for them, it's like the skies open up and the angels sing.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a good feeling, though. It's a good feeling that you help somebody. Yeah. You're not doing it for fucking fame. You're not doing it for nothing. You're doing it for your soul. Because it feels good.
Because if that was my mom or me or somebody else, or anybody who just needed help, it's this world, man. This world, look, this world can be a paradise, Michelle. And the reason that it's not is because that's not what the rich people want. They don't want us to have a paradise to share. If we might have a paradise to share, then we might think twice about working our ass off just to pay the fucking rent. Because we got a paradise. Why the fuck should I live in a fucking stupid house that charges me $1,000 a month? You know what I mean? I just go live in the paradise. But whatever. Yeah. What I'm saying is they don't want that because they already have all the paradise they need. When they want to go to paradise, they go to any paradise on the planet they want to go to. They don't want that for us. But if that's what the planet is meant to be, and if we could just all come back, if we could come together from this fucking idiotic divide that has us starting wars around the world for no fucking reason other than to make already rich people even more rich. I mean, we could make this COVID-19. This is one of the things that I've tried to point out, with all the people, with all the factories shutting down and all the people not driving cars, you can see the planet healing. And it happens so fast, that if we really want to make the planet into this beautiful green, blue paradise that she's supposed to be, it's accomplishable, maybe even easily accomplishable if we can just all get together and say, this is a top priority for us,
Right.
But nobody's having that discussion. Nobody's having that. That discussion's not even on the charts, Michelle.
Right. And those are the things that we need to fucking voice our opinion and voice the fact that, you know what, yeah, we're happy with what's going on, but it can get better. It can be better. It can be better. That's what we need to keep pounding into these people that we elect to go up there to represent us. It's like, hey, if you're all about, keeping this earth clean and everything, because if you fuck up all the waters, where we're going to get water, dude? They can fly up and move to other countries and live like a king. They don't care about us. When you got this handful of people that are with the mentality of the more guys, the more toys that you have, the better you are. And if you don't have any fucking toys, you're not even in this club. They think that this country is theirs. when it's all of ours.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, they think they own the oil. We own the fucking oil. The oil is under our fucking country. We own it.
Mm-hmm. And that's why they feel like they have every right to say what goes on because they have the most money. It's just like you guys, they have that mentality. However, us down here that know exactly what's going on, yes, you all have that money because you're exploiting us. You're taking advantage of us. You know that we can't live on this kind of money, but we make it happen. Why? Because that's how we have learned that we're not going to get shit from the government. If anything, if there's a new law, it's like, okay, now we're not like, oh, how's that going to help us? Now it's like, shit, what are they taking away from us now?
Right.
You know, and it's just like, no, this is not your country, fuckers.
Absolutely.
It's like, you have the money and all this capitalism, but when you all keep using all the stimulus money and go and get these, robots for your industries, wherever you are, you're not fucking doing us any favors. All you're doing is making more money for your shareholders, therefore firing more of us. But then who's going to buy your product if no one is working? Who is going to buy your product, you fucks? Like, I don't get it.
Yeah.
Let's take away jobs and then wonder why their shit isn't selling. Why they have to keep jacking up their prices. Instead of paying everybody a fucking living wage, you know how the economy will blow up? By everybody buying shit all the fucking time that's put in the economy. You're paying tax by Uber. You're paying tax. That would help everybody right there, but no. Economic majors say that would not work if you raise, the fucking hourly wage. No, that's not going to help. How is it not going to help? That's more money that people are going to buy shit. Are going to pay for shit, are actually going to take vacations, can actually afford to go to a movie theater.
It's also short-sighted, Michelle. It's like with this 21st century infrastructure I keep talking about. You know what I mean? That produces jobs, that produces everything more efficiently. That gives us, the proper infrastructure to be able to compete with anybody else in the world, blah, 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 on and on. How short-sighted is it to keep us in this 1920s fucking technology,
Mm-hmm. Okay, I know, Mike, and that's why I just like.
And it's just like all about protecting their bankroll. Like somehow, if they lost $1 billion out of their $150 billion, that's gonna make a difference. It doesn't. What does that mean? You can't buy 2 mega yachts next year or something? Bullshit. You can only buy 1 mega yacht. Oh, I feel so bad for you.
Yeah, too bad, bitch. You can't summer in the Hamptons this year. Like, fuck you. That's like, meanwhile, we're over here fucking got bread but no jelly, bitch. Shit. But either way, man, we survive it and shit. We fucking keep fighting because that's all we do. That's all we know how to do. So we just keep up the good fight and like
march or die. March or die.
March or die. I was just gonna say that. Took the words right out of my mouth, Mike. Hell yeah. So, all right, Becky, we're going to let you go, and I'm going to get back on the chat. Wilco probably hates me like a motherfucker, but...
I don't think so. He's not filled with hate, Michelle.
Yeah, I know. He's pretty cool, man. He's pretty cool, but I might get under his skin a little bit, because, God damn it, my bumper sticker. Okay, I'm done. All right, you have a good night. I'll talk later.
Okay, Michelle. Talk to you soon. Bye.
All right, good night, bros.
That's our buddy Michelle from Texas. It's always good to hear from Michelle. She sounds happy. Okay, so I'm going to play a video for you, and I'll be right back. I'm going to play a video. I'll be right back, and we'll see what's next.
It is National Nurses Week, and they continue to step up and in and out of hospitals to keep us all safe right now. And sometimes that means saving us from ourselves. ICU nurse Lauren Leander made headlines for confronting stay-at-home demonstrators in a powerful silent protest. And she joins us now from Phoenix, Arizona. Hey, Lauren, thank you for coming and hanging with us. This protest, the protesting of Arizona's stay-at-home policy was planned at the State House in Phoenix a few weeks ago. And on your day off, you decided to go because you felt you needed to be there. Tell us why it was important.
Yeah, I think as nurses, we were just wanting to do what we do best, which is to advocate, to be an advocate for, number one, our patients, being an ICU nurse that's solely caring for COVID critically ill humans right now. So we wanted to advocate for the people who are suffering right now. And like I've said before, the vulnerable populations who continue to need our support as their fight with this virus is really only just beginning. And I think also we wanted to be there as a voice for healthcare workers, and we wanted to be heard and seen louder than a lot of the misinformation and fear that has sort of been sweeping the nation with this movement to open too soon or in a way that is, dangerous to the public. And so a lot of healthcare workers, our lives are on hold. And even as people slowly ease into going back to normal, we are not. We are still self-isolating. A lot of us haven't seen our family in months. And so just trying to bring the reality of the other side of this virus to those protesters.
You are a hero to us. I want you to know that. And you are a hero to millions of people. You stood at the protest in silence, but you said that the protesters were yelling things at you. What and saying other stuff. And you and the other nurses, what were they saying exactly? Tell us.
Yeah, there were a lot of different themes, I think, that came up with these protesters. We could tell from very early on that, just seeing us, they did not hesitate to walk right up to us and to even stand within 1 or 2 feet of us and tell us exactly what they thought. These people were heated and angry, and rightfully so. We were never there to discredit their struggles and what they're going through at all. But people were also not peaceful about it. There were people that were walking by and coughing on us and coughing the quote-unquote fake virus on us. One of the big themes is that they thought we were paid actors, that we were planted there by a hospital or by the government, and that we were told not to speak and just stand there in costume. There were also people trying to bait us away from the protest and saying, oh, hey, somebody needs help over there. If you're a real nurse, you'll go help them. And a few of us left to go check out the situation, and someone was sitting under a tree laughing at us. People were openly carrying firearms. There were large, strong men, fully masked, carrying assault rifles that were walking past us and taking photos with us. So there was a lot going on, for sure. It was a lot.
Now, you're seeing the effects of COVID-19 up close every single day. What do you want these protesters to know and to understand?
A lot. I think that, number one, I really want them to understand that even though they see healthcare workers' hours being cut, non-essential healthcare workers' hours being cut, or open beds in hospitals or surgery centers that are closed down, that is just a small window of what's going on in the hospital. So for somebody like me who has volunteered to work on a COVID unit along with my coworkers every day, we are living in this chaos within the quiet in this hospital. And so for us, our lives are very different. And I think that we'd love for them to know just that nurses are scared to watch their states open up. We are dealing with very sick, unstable patients, unlike anything we've seen before. And our lives are still going to be on hold. And so we just want to know that we have the support of our state and our country as we move forward in opening up, and that wearing masks and social distancing and hand washing, that is really just a way to continue to fight with us as we try to find a new normal within all of this. And finally, I hope that they know that no matter what their stance is on this virus, no matter what their political beliefs are, if they showed up in our ICU tomorrow, we would welcome them with open arms and we would care for them like anybody else.
Hi, so I just want to play devil's advocate a little bit. Arizona's reopening this week. Barbers, salons, restaurants, gyms. This week, Arizona reported on one day that there were 0 deaths. The lockdown was supposed to prevent hospitals from being overwhelmed. It's done that with 20% of ICUs unused, 65% of ER beds unused, and 70% of ventilators are available. So we aren't going to have a vaccine for at least a year. We were talking about that earlier in the show. Is your recommendation to Governor Ducey and all Arizonans that we should remain in lockdown until there's a vaccine in a year?
Oh, no, not at all. I mean, I don't think that would be possible for us. I just hope that they are able to still fight this virus with us in other ways. As like I said, we find a new normal. We've seen grocery stores really reinvent themselves in keeping us clean and safe and wearing masks and still using social distancing as much as possible. I think there are a lot of ways that people can still fight this virus with us. I think those statistics, unfortunately, just highlight sort of the empty space and what's not being used. But that's not the whole picture. If you were able to step on these COVID units, you would see how labor intensive these very sick individuals are. It's unlike anything we've ever seen. They're on upwards of 8 to 12 drips at a time. We need a team of 7 people to prone them, to flip them on their stomach every 2 to 4 hours so that they can breathe better. They're medically paralyzed so that they are forced to breathe with a ventilator. A lot of them are on continuous dialysis and ECMO machines. They're the sickest patients that I've ever cared for in my life. And so what's scary to us is that as we begin to open up, we're going to be caring for our sort of normal patients, car accidents and other illnesses, things like that. But we're still going to be operating critical care units with COVID patients in them on top of our already, the chaos that we already deal with on a normal basis. So we just hope that people continue to stand by our side in whatever way that they can.
Well, Lauren, we will. Thanks to Lauren Leander. Thank you for everything you're doing. Please thank your co-workers for us as well. We'll be right back.
That's coming soon. Let's see. What do I have? I have more videos. If anybody wants to call, I'll give you a minute to call. It's 805-669-6397, 805-669-6397, 805 Mox News. Otherwise, I don't really feel like playing any more videos. Hello, caller.
Michael.
Hey, what's up, Pete?
What's up, buddy? How you doing?
I'm doing good. How about you?
I'm fantastic.
Right on.
I just felt compelled to call in, so. First of all, I liked Michelle complaining to you about, what are you going to do about police and justice? I don't think I know anyone who's done more about injustice than you. Hello, can you hear me? Oh,
I can hear you. Hello, Pete?
Yep, sorry.
What's up?
I thought my mic wasn't plugged in. But yeah, I mean, I think you've been more outspoken in police and justice than maybe anyone I've ever known.
Well, I have a problem. I mean, I really do believe that the police should be there to protect the people and their rights. And it's really unfortunate that it doesn't seem like that's how things are.
No, it doesn't, fortunately. Hey, good news about, in Texas, that salon, that lady that owned that salon that got arrested.
Uh-huh.
The Supreme Court ruled in their favor. And I think the governor now said he's going to ban people from getting arrested for violating, the lockdown or the quarantine restrictions or whatever, which is cool.
Well, the police, I want you guys to be really careful with the police right now, because you know how they are when they say, I felt like I was in fear for my life, okay? Right now, you're all fucking infected walking dead to the police. Okay, so they're going to feel like the minute you approach them or they have to approach you that they're in fear for their life. So act accordingly, at least for the moment.
Yeah, dude, that video you showed the other day of the guy that was jogging that got shot down by those guys that weren't even cops. At first I thought they were cops. Those guys weren't even fucking cops. They were just George Zimmerman type motherfuckers that were driving around and then shot the guy. What happened with those guys? Are those guys gonna get like arrested? Like
At first,
because that was pretty fucking brutal.
yeah, at first the district attorney was refusing to investigate because of the COVID and everything was locked down. They didn't have time, and then videos started coming out, and now they're doing like a big investigation. So there'll be more about that soon.
That was fucking brutal, bro.
Yeah, it's very brutal. It's a horrible story.
Dude, what was that weed plant that you were talking about? You were talking about some weed plant that's like super easy to grow, that you can grow in like
Auto flowers are very easy to grow. Auto flowers.
That's what I love.
Yeah. Why do you ask?
How easy are we talking? Like
I'm talking. You know, you can get an automated system to where you don't have to, but you might have to water them once a day. That's about it. Towards the end of the grow, you'd have to water them once a day, probably.
I actually had a friend. I live in Rhode Island, and I had a friend that threw some seeds off of his porch at his mom's house, and they actually grew like very nicely on its own.
Yeah.
I was impressed by.
These autoflowers, Pete, I mean, you just get you buy a proper soil that's for growing cannabis that has the right shit in it, and basically that'll feed the autoflowers. They only live for like 60 to 90 days, so they don't need a whole lot of food, and even when people do feed them, they feed them very, very light schedules, like 50% or a quarter of the nutrients that you would normally feed regular plants.
But the bud's probably not that great though.
There's so many like weed growers now that have been growing for the last 10, 15, 20 years, and they're like, all I want to grow is autoflowers anymore. Because like you're saying before, like the other plants take a lot of work.
Genetic engineering, bro. Science.
It's just crossbreeding, you know. I mean, these people, the breeders of the plants, they're the coolest people on earth, dude. They know every fucking nuance of everything, and they're like, oh, I love this plant, and I bet it would go so good with this other plant, and then they mix them together, and you're like, oh fuck, these guys are geniuses, you know.
Yeah, bro. Crazy. You sounded very at the beginning of the show today. You sounded very angry, Mike.
I am angry, Pete. I don't recommend people get angry. See, a couple weeks ago, you know, Michelle said, people need to get angry. I think that people are probably already plenty angry. It's like you see me, and I come out here every day, and I have a positive attitude, and I laugh, and I smile, and I talk about, you know, enjoying your life. I don't want you. I'm sure that you're already plenty angry, and to be more angry isn't going to help anything. What I think is recognizing the real and true enemy, the real and true threat to your personal freedom is what's most important. And then we can focus the anger that we already have all together on the real enemy, you know? And this could actually make a difference in our lives.
There is a song by the punk band DOA called Me, which if you've never heard, I mean, that should be like the anthem for this show. It's fantastic. It's a fantastic punk song.
What was the name of the song? You cut out there. What was
the band DOA?
Yeah.
The Enemy. Fantastic.
What's the name
Classic
of the
punk band?
What's the name of the song? I didn't hear the name of the song. What's the name of the song?
The Enemy.
The Enemy. Okay.
As we've been talking about.
Yeah.
The Enemy.
Right on. I wish I could play music, Pete. I want to play some Jello Biafra music right at the beginning of the show, like every fucking episode, but I can't because fucking cunts.
If it's on YouTube, why can't you just put it
I
on
just
your
can't,
show?
Pete. If we get the slightest little infraction, they'll say, "Oh, well, you're not allowed to broadcast live."
I understand completely, dude. Yeah, I get it.
So I'm not. And Craig is saying, you know, we should open up a new YouTube page and broadcast over there. and that way, because that way YouTube, won't be limiting us, and we won't be so, ham-tied about what we can and can't play. If we get fucked up over there, it's not a big deal, blah blah blah. I don't know. I'm thinking about it.
You have C-SPAN Junkie or whatever.
Yeah, yeah, that's what I said too. I said we have these other ones. We can do that if that's what you want. I hear you.
We should start a new party called the Leave Us Alone Party.
All right,
and that will be our chant. We'll just chant that at our rallies.
No, we want to start.
Leave us alone.
No, we want to. No, Pete, we want to start.
Leave us alone.
We want to start the let's get high and fuck party. And our chant will be, let's get high and let's fuck. Let's get high and let's fuck. What?
You left the fuck alone. That's what I want. You want to leave us alone, Mike.
I know. It's always been that way. They've been at war with me since I was 15 years old, Pete.
Dude, I told like my bosses and shit like to go fuck themselves like the other day because all my other coworkers like took time off, because of the pandemic and shit. Mm-hmm. I'm the only one who's still working. I'm a fucking idiot. I'm the only one who's still working. And then I'm called into like a client call. I only got called into it because everyone else was out.
Yeah.
And then the clients got shitty with me and got attitude. I'm like, motherfucker, I'm not even supposed to be here. It was like clerks. I'm not even fucking supposed to be here, bitch. What do you? Yeah. And so I literally I told my boss and shit. I was like, I got the governor even gave us all time off because of the pandemic. And
yeah.
I told them to go fuck themselves. Now I'm gonna take time off. I wasn't going to. I wanted to keep working because I think we should keep working because it's important.
You like what you do, yeah.
Making money, but people want to be pushy and shit, and it pisses me off. Clients try to be demanding and put a gun to my head and shit and be like, you better do this and that, and it's you don't understand what's going on right now. There's a fucking pandemic, motherfucker.
Yeah.
And I am the person right now who is in a position, the working man. I'm the one who's in the position right now to get your project accomplished. So you are in no position to tell me what's going to fucking happen right now. So your project right now is on lockdown, just like everything else is. So you can take your fucking timeline and take it sideways and shove it straight up your fucking candy ass, fucking Dwayne Johnson style.
Yeah, no, Craig has had to tell some of his clients pretty much the same thing, that, we're in lockdown. We're not doing, just fucking stuff where we're going to run over and set up your fucking wireless shit, man. Give me a break. If it's priority, then it's priority.
These motherfuckers have the nerve to give you attitude about it.
Yeah. If it's priority, if it's essential, then it's essential. And Craig has papers from Homeland Security so that he can go and drive on the streets, if they lock everything down, because he is that essential. But he's not going out to put himself into harm's way just to fucking, make sure some dickhole has fucking internet or whatever. Call Comcast, asshole.
Yeah. Timelines don't mean shit. Your project's on hold, motherfucker. There's a fucking virus going around. Fuck your fucking timeline. These corporate fucking people, they don't care.
They don't care.
It's all about the business and the money. They don't care. I get it. That's how we all earn a living, but, can't be pushy.
Well, you gotta work. If you want to work with people, you have to show people. It comes back to the same thing as the cops. You gotta show respect. The cops won't respect you. You act as if you're there to serve the people that you're here talking to. Hello, sir. I see you're, having this thing with your car. Is there a problem? Can I help you in any way? Do you need assistance? Not here. Let me handcuff you. Because I live in constant fear for my life, especially from black people.
Oh my god, dude, that video, so triggering. They were probably like the first people to wear like masks in the store, you know, and they just so happened to be black, so they were extra freaked the fuck out, and they were just, and then it just triggered the whole situation.
Hey, no, dude, it's the cop. The cop in his head has young black male, young black male, young black male. That's what he's looking for.
It's sad, man.
Yeah.
I feel like the Northeast, I live in the Northeast, so I feel like racism's not as bad up here as it is in like the South where Michelle lives and shit.
You know, tell that to the stop and frisk cops in New York City, dude.
Yeah, New York City, yeah. I don't know. I mean, I've had some good experiences with cops in the areas where I live, but I live in Rhode Island. I mean, I don't know shit about anything really outside of my state, but I do know that like when I went to visit like friends down that lived in Florida and shit, like racism was way worse down there. Like nobody really is that like as racist in the Northeast as they are in the South.
Huh.
I don't know, at least from my point of view. It's definitely way more widespread down there. Unless you live in Boston. Boston's super. But the Northeast is definitely, yeah, it's not as bad as the rest of the country.
I don't know.
I don't think.
I think there's just a percentage of people who act like that, and it probably is a
That's
little.
What pisses me off about
is a little
those
bit
videos.
larger
it's
percentage.
Like a lot of white people are just like great, so there's just it makes white people just feel even like good white people that you know are not racist just have to feel even fucking guiltier.
I don't think you have to feel guilty. I mean, look, this is a bad situation for all of us. You don't have to feel guilty. We just have to find a way to make it better, not out of guilt, but out of the fact that we want a better world for everyone. Not for black people, for everyone.
Yeah, man, I think that's what we've been all about on this fucking channel, and I think we've been very vocal about it.
What? How'd your coconut oil turn out? This latest batch you were showing us the other night.
Bro, delicious, delish.
Right on. It looked like you know what you're doing, man.
Yeah, it's as simple as putting some shit in a mason jar. But you got to be careful about the pressure. It can get overpressurized. You don't want to screw the cap on too tight. It will burst. But anyway, yeah. I mean, dude, it's the best. I love it.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Absolutely loving the edibles.
That's awesome, Pete. And they look so cute, man. I wish I had a big old bag of edibles like you have. That's nice. That's a very nice setup you got there.
Dude, I bought like every mold that you can get on Amazon.
Very cool.
I love it. It's a lot of fun.
Hey, I'm gonna go get some food, Pete. So I'm glad you called in because it's nice to hear from you. Always.
All right, dog. Hey. Let's start the Leave Us Alone party.
Let's get high and fuck.
The Leave Us the Fuck Alone party. Push that.
All right. I hear you. I think that sounds pretty good. You still there?
I just want to be left alone, Mike. Why won't people just leave us the fuck alone?
I don't know, Pete. I think I never understand why they gotta stick their nose into other people's business, man. You know, don't bug me. I won't bug you. I promise. You know, people come out here and they say, hey, why do you do this way? And why do you do this way? And I'm like, do I ever come to your YouTube page and say, why do you fucking do the stupid shit that you do? No. And if I was to come to your YouTube page, I wouldn't say, why do you do the stupid shit you do? I would say, hey, great job, man. Keep up the good work. Keep the videos coming. Because that's the kind of guy I am. Not somebody who wants to drag people down.
That's what this channel's all about, brother.
All right, Pete.
I'm gonna continue with Bender.
I got to go get some food, man.
Right on. Hey, finger Tulsi and praise Allah, and have a nice evening.
All right, Pete. You have a great evening too. It's good to hear from you. Thanks for calling. See ya. That's our buddy Pete from Rhode Island. And I am so hungry right now. If I don't eat something pretty soon, I think I might fall down. So, I'm going to go get something to eat. Thanks so much for tuning in. We do this every Monday through Friday night at 7 p.m. Pacific time. That means we'll be back tomorrow night, same Mox time, same Mox channel. And please always remember, it would be meaningless without you. It's always better when you're here. Never forget. So I will see you tomorrow, I hope. It's going to be Friday. We always do something fun on Friday. We may be having a giveaway. I don't know yet. We got stickers. Greg says we can give away all the stickers we want. He's got lots and lots of stickers. So, we got that going for us. And so I look forward to seeing you tomorrow night at same Mox time, same Mox channel. Until then, stay cool, because one of these days this war is going to end. It's got to end one of these days.
No matter which mouth you feed on a two-headed snake, it still shits the same turd. But lucky for you, you have Mox News. More than 10 years. More than 60,000 videos. Mox News has been filtering the nonsense and illuminating the bullshit from your mainstream media. Turn off your TV and turn on to Mox News. For over a decade, documenting the socio-political events that have etched and carved the pathways that define today's modern mess, Mox News has been providing clarity while faithfully bringing you today's relevant stories, 100% commercial-free and subscription-free. And just like Lady Liberty vows to remain free. But at this time, we're asking you for your help, your patronage, and your support to keep the lights on and the videos rolling. For less than 17 cents per day, you can become a basic subscriber, knowing that your donation is truly making a difference that will help continue bringing the news stories that make a difference in your life. Turn on, tune in, and drop a couple dimes today by clicking the link below or visiting moxnews.com and show your support at any level. From a single one-time donation or dedicated monthly subscriber, do it now in less than 2 minutes. All donations are safe, securely processed, and verified using PayPal, Visa, MasterCard, American Express, or Discover Card. As always, we're sure you'll find something of interest each and every day. This holiday season, give the gift of Mox. moxnews.com